Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Happy Wednesday. Happy flipping maintenance day. They obviously knew we were salvaging again. I swear they just sit in our Discord and wait for us to say the S word. And they're like, now, do the maintenance now. Anyway, it's fine. We can chat and chill with it starting at 12. Hopefully it won't last more than... Well, hopefully it'll be done... Wait, I was going to say before the stream goes live, but that doesn't make sense. Because we're live. I didn't really think that through. Hopefully it doesn't last more than an hour beyond now. It'd be like a 3-hour time zone, you know, maintenance. And then we'll jump in and do some salvaging. But either way, it's fine. We will figure it out. We have some salvage to salvage. Frisker, JJ, Griff, Metascallion, Alaska, Jawa, Stang, Sayman, B5, Ding Dong, Cankles, Mishko, Indy, Sandgroper, Deplorable, Explorer, and Pepperhill. 07. And welcome, YouTube. And then over on Twitch, we have, hang on when it works, Sandman, Solomon. That's it. We'll just go with those. Ferk, Iron, Deacon, Jones, Sizen, Nexus, Sandgroper over there too. Joshua, Ethnicification, Car, Rhino, Rulin, Figment, Marcon, Spartacus, Jones, Volos, Darth, welcome, Craigie, Bear Normal, RV, Kaivari, Bretley, Shempasta, Greater, City, Mycelaroni, Dark Tidings, 07 Twitch, and welcome, Eric, Ignace, gonna hop back over again, Chair McLovin, first time, well thank you for joining us, it is a pleasure to have you, Robotic, Robert, and I think we've got everyone. You've clicked the wrong alert. Crimson, you went over to Twitch instead. You're like, crap, I'm in the wrong place. So, how's everyone getting on? Are we all having a good day so far? Without Brody was the Misc Raptor, which does exist. As much as people thought it was an April Fool's, it is a real thing. And actually, I think 50 referrals will get one. Hopefully we'll get one in-game anyway. The maintenance window is expected to... Oh yes, not expected to. Sorry, Madison. For some reason, I missed out the not. Yeah, generally, they are up to 4 hours long. And usually start at 2 when I start my stream. For the full duration of the stream, maybe giving us an hour at the end to play. This time, it started at 12. As I say, it's not going to exceed more than 4 hours. Often, it's usually around 3, so... At the end of this hour, top of this hour, we might be able to jump in and start doing stuff again, which would be good. Hopefully we'll be able to sell the resources. Yeah, so I've not tried any salvaging since the changes coming. I've been monitoring the salvaging division in the org, and seeing the ups and downs of that, and the plus side of the Reclaimer having its quality of life, but then things not working, the values being super low, and so forth. So it'd be good to get in and sort of test it for ourselves and try and figure out what's going on. My expectation is that they've heavily reduced the earnings for a future update, but I don't know why they can't just sort of keep it at a reasonable amount this time and then increase it later and then decrease it later on. I don't really know. I'm sure there's more behind it, unless it was an accident. Yo, Crimson, Draco, welcome. Too many meetings and a whole lot of numbers. That's your day, is it? I tell you what, the Discord, we've been chatting away like crazy about all sorts of things, practicing and upcoming events and whatnot. What do they actually do during server maintenance? I can't explain it. Someone else will be able to do it a lot better, I'm sure. Trent, welcome. Yeah, as Sandman says, they're both great fighters. I would say the Gladius is more militarized. The Wolf is more stylized. It's really a case of just what you prefer. Also, Do you like changing your loadout? Do you prefer the variation of weaponry in comparison to the wolves? Not, you know, at the end of the day, these sort of bespoke weapons will have swappable options, just not the range that we have now, and they'll be much more limited in options versus the general sort of swappable weapons that we have now. So, plus there's so much to change. I would say just try them, rent one and give them a go, see what you prefer, and then stick to that for a while. And if you want to change your mind, swap it back later on. Dimitri, how you doing? Welcome. They maintain the server. Yeah, they maintenance the server, exactly. Duck Force, welcome. I mean, it's like any game having maintenance, but I don't know specifically what it all does. So, Jim, 07, I just trust it's maintaining the servers. Peanut, welcome, 07. Rasak, welcome. Any chance you can head straight to a terminal to see if they're working? Are we on about just trade terminals? I probably could, but I don't know if I've got anything to actually trade. Are we talking about just anything specific trade-wise? Finally not sick enough to get out of bed. Kiddo's got you sick and you've missed a week of work and didn't have the energy for gaming. That's the worst thing, isn't it? It's like when you finally get, you know, you're poorly and you're off work, you just never really feel like doing the gaming either, which sucks. See, the thing is, I don't think the price changes are pointless. I just feel like they kind of, I mean, this is the difficulty. They need to make sense for now. They need to make sense for where we're going, early doors, and then end goal, right? And it's like, if their intention is to change and sort of restrict the amounts now for, I suppose, 4-4, then fair enough. Because we're literally on that little cusp of going into 4-4. But at the same time, I'm sure it's not this simple, but can't they just do it in the patch that requires it? I'm sure it's not that simple. This is the thing. It's to make any adjustment to anything, especially the economy, it has knock-on effects. It impacts every single other profession. And like they said at CitizenCon, that, you know, decisions, we will see things done that won't make sense. But they are intentional for a reason down the line. But then the difficulty is, was this change intentional? Was it an accident? I'm assuming it was intentional, otherwise it probably would have heard about it by now. So just trade terminals. I'll try and have a look, yeah. Alright, so admin offices, like they're trying to sell minables. I've got some minables in my inventory at New Babbage, so I will head straight to the TDD and see if I can sell them. Yo, Roland, how you doing? Maintaining the servers goes together with another chance for a severe update. Or a server update. Or a severe... Hang on. Yo, Ashram. I think the trouble with the whole sea is it's not something that they're necessarily messing with in terms of, like, intentionally making it worse. I think it's just a system that is somewhat complicated and potentially needs the transit refactor or the ATC refactor, you know, all that kind of stuff that they're hotfixing as much as they can to make it as usable now. But these refactored systems are what's going to make it actually functional properly. Because, yeah, the whole sea has had no end of problems. To the point, like, I own a whole sea and I've never used it. I've heard many people in the org talk about how it works and then it's broken and then it works and then it's broken, and I'm just like, I'll just wait. I'm not bothered. The ASD Hyperion, what's that, Ignis? From what I understand, I don't know exactly what's coming with the maintenance until we get a list of, like, bug fixes. But from what we understand, it's the trade terminals. Oh man, can someone remind me what's with this hotfix? It's a few. The missing data pads. That's another one. So the code door doesn't get accepted. Oh, Wicklow, that's it. Thank you, Jungle. It might be. Did I hear about the code for the door getting fixed with this one? Maybe not. I can't remember. A Perseus drop. What, in 432? No. Are you mental, Asker? Calm it down. David, welcome. 07. Could you imagine? You've been trying to do stuff with the Reclaimer, but it doesn't... Yes, that's another issue that I think... Is that also getting addressed in this maintenance, the Reclaimer issues? I can't remember. You got a sinus infection when you go back to work. You will have been off a full week. Flippin' heck. I hate getting ill. Nobody loves it, do they? But yeah, absolute pain in the ass. I have not been able to sell anything you've salvaged. You have stockpiled. Yeah, hopefully it fixes and you can just offload it all now. Ugh. If you need to make UEC, highly suggest giving something other than salvage. Playing salvage loop dispatches only for the hardcore. Yeah, that's it. The thing is, there's so much that is available that earns way too much stuff that feels like it earns too little, and it, instead of it being like a broad spectrum of differences, it needs to be so balanced across the board, with all things being equal, and then things like risk reward, time to do it, and so forth, then being added to that as well. And I think a big part of what they're trying to do with the economy is kind of find that sweet spot for what they intend the earnings per hour on average to be per player, just based on general stuff, right? Not like let's do a hardcore drug mission kind of thing. And that all ties into how much anything costs. Like, how much is a bottle of water in the real world versus the average earnings? How much is a bottle of milk? How much is a car? How much is a house? And it's the same sort of principle for Star Citizen, but of course you've got all these other angles as well that needs to be brought in line. And I feel like that's what they're trying to do, but it's... And a lot of it could just be too much, especially where salvage is concerned, but it could also just mean that it's been far too profitable for far too long. But the idea being, like, whatever they say the ideal is, in terms of the Reclaimer is supposed to be able to earn enough to cater for your crew and your ship. That's where it should be. If that's not happening right now, then there's clearly something wrong. Whether that's something that they haven't addressed yet or it was an accident is yet to be seen, but that's where they intend it to be the case. Boogie, Seven, sir, how you doing? Felix, welcome. Jept, welcome. Yeah, so this will be the second hotfix that we've had for 4.3.2. I'm assuming we all remember the resource drive patch, where elevators broke and no one could do the actual resource patch stuff. It's oftentimes with these patches, it's a small regression in certain areas, especially, what the patch is specific for areas. And then we see a few hotfixes to just get it back to working again. But the beauty is, this is the year that we want this stuff to roll out to break, so that they can then get those hero squads on them, get them sorted and get them out. But other systems do require deeper work, like refactors, like ATC stuff. I don't see us having a proper fix for that until things like the transport refactor comes out. You like the idea of having a stealth bomber build with the Gladius? Yeah, I would personally go with the Gladius, even though I don't own a Gladius and I own a Wolf, which is weird to say that advice. But I think the good thing about the Gladius is it's so much more customizable, and it's a military fighter. If it's a dedicated fighter you want, rather than a fancy runaround that can handle itself, which is underselling the Wolf, really. It is a beautiful light fighter, then, go for that. But I think it's mostly... There are big trade-offs, really. It's a difficult one to suggest, Ex officio, thank you so much for the 47-month resub, my friend. Beers and parties. Thank you! Yeah, the new hotfix is available to download, but you won't be able to get in, because, maintenance. Feud, welcome. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Are you well? Dale, welcome. Rick, thank you for all your org donations, by the way. You've seen our org go from, 30 million creds to about 150. 150 million creds, should I say. And a lot of that is courtesy of your interesting methods for making money. I don't know what you do. I'm not going to ask. But we appreciate it. It allows us to, we actually use that cash in the game to fund our activities and help our org. Binks, how you doing? They brush any cobwebs off the server. That's it. Make sure the gnomes are running. Yeah, get the hamsters fed on those wheels again. Are you well, mate? Draco, thank you for converting your Prime sub into a Tier 1 sub. Much appreciated, sir. Sitting there, you can't get out of it. That's a contract, that is. If we had rep and craft... Do you know what? Sorry to interrupt that sentence there, Asak, but on the video that I put out today, which is talking all about what we could potentially see next year, I forgot to mention rep, which is part of the whole... I mean, I didn't... It was more of a broad thing rather than let's hone in on all the different things that these updates are going to bring. But reputation, I think, is one of those game changer features that we could potentially see further roll out next year when they do all the social updates and so forth, if that's the case. But I guess it's not guaranteed, so I kind of didn't evaluate. I didn't speak further about it, I guess. So if we had rep and crafting, the money would not need to be equal for all jobs, but right now money is the only thing to gain for the most part. Well, what I mean is, in terms of the economy, that's another facet that has a contribution to a beyond average. So the economy needs to have that price per hour, on average, across the board for the majority of missions and jobs and mechanics and professions that are capable of being an average thing, like mining, salvaging, hauling, those sorts of things. Then you start layering in things like combat and risk-reward, travel time, and anything else that could be a part of that. It's irrespective of crafting or whatever anyone is doing, the economy needs to reach that point where everything has that sort of baseline, because then everything from there can be adjusted and altered or added to, so long as that baseline makes sense. And that's just the overall economic status of any location, basically just getting the main economy sorted. And then there will be localized economies and obviously player economies and so forth. Ugh. You can put bombs on a Talon, and with everything off except engines, it has a detection range of 1.5. Flipping heck. There's a risk. There's a worry. You're just doing the whole sea, and it's working all right for you, is it, Rick? I'm glad to see that. I'm glad someone's profiting out of the whole sea. JKT, how you doing? Welcome. Drinking a new Jack Daniels blackberry flavour. Oh, my lord. I didn't even know that existed. E-Hawk, Les, welcome. Tiberius. Oh, 7 guys. Corandus, welcome. Do you think things will be fixed today? I hope so, yeah. I think so. The ones that they spoke about, the trade terminals, the data pads for the missions, Wicklow, I'm hoping all that will be fixed. I'm also hoping things like using the Reclaimer to sell goods and trade and that kind of thing is also fixed. Other than that, I'm not really sure what else is broken because I haven't played much of 4.3.2, just because when I jumped in I couldn't get a datapad mission to work, so I just kind of stayed away from it. So yeah, of course, absolutely I hope these things are fixed. 100%. You saw the Reclaimer load refine time, 92 hours. What on earth? Feudal, thank you for the follow, by the way. I wonder if we could put bombs on the Genesis Starliner. No one would suspect the Genesis Star. It's like, it's just a passenger transport. Everybody run. Nikona, how you doing? No, not yet. Not yet. They're still under maintenance. Shouldn't be too long, though. Maybe a couple of hours at most. Jaggert, how you doing? Welcome. Rudin, welcome. Vince, welcome. Philip, Lucadus, I'm just going to get you all off. That's not what I meant. Chaser, welcome. Let all the new players or not as informed players that players in the CZ... Yes, to steal your weapon. Reviving you, knocking you out, taking your weapon. They found a way around it. You're at work, are you? For 6 hours? First week after the patch dropping is PTU2 Electric Boogaloo. Are you on about the Dark Tidings training? Is that what you're on about, Vince? More modular trend. Oh yeah, that's a big benefit of the Gladius. Adam, how you doing? You're not the only one. Usually it's around 60, but you know, I've got a 3-year-old, so I age very quickly at the moment. So yeah, 70 in the last sort of 2 years sounds about appropriate. You're really looking forward to the roadmap. Yes, of course. So the roadmap is coming today, and it should bring the 4.4 features. It's not going to be everything. It's just going to be what they're sort of currently looking at. I mean, it might be everything because we're not that far away. Thanks for clipping that one, Duckforce. It's always the best parts of me that get clipped. I mean, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? So, yeah, I did a video the other day talking about what 4.4 is expected to bring based on what they've said at CitizenCon. So this should hopefully clear up questions about interstellar trading, transport missions. Hopefully that'll clean up that one. Yo, Yoshi, not sure yet. Once we get back online, I'll check it out first thing. Yeah, hopefully the server thing fixes them. Yeah, the Reclaimer was the one ship that I have been after for so many years. And after years of CCUing, just little bits here and there, like $20, $30, $5, I've finally gotten to it. And I can't even remember what I CCU'd to it, but I am now a proud owner of one. So I look forward to using it and actually using it in a proper way. Manic, how you doing, by the way? Akram, welcome. Yeah, we decided to turn the Genesis Starliner into a torpedo boat. Omen, welcome. Pause. Phrasing. Dino, welcome. Good day. New Jurassic Park game out today, isn't it? I'm not really a player of that stuff, but it's I am a fan of Jurassic. I can't wait till summer's old enough to watch Jurassic Park. Yeah, if you get knocked out in a CZ zone, just backspace. Get out of there. You're still hoping they fix it to the point where the pilot can possibly control his own abrade arm. Oh, you mean on the Reclaimer? See, I would rather it stay with the... On these big ships, especially the big ships. Multi-crew in general, but I really think they should... The pilot should just be focusing on piloting. Captain Boomer, how you doing? They're big, they're cumbersome, they're the sort of ships that you don't really realise how much room you take up. They need to be focused on piloting and navigating. I don't think they should be messing with all these, I don't even think they should have weapons slaved to them. I think that should be part of the overall crew to handle. But, talking now versus tomorrow versus long term, it can all change anyway. Mangrove, how you doing? 1.0 drops after maintenance. 80, welcome. Talking about rapid aging, I feel like my time on submarines made me age at 8 times the speed. Maybe it does. Maybe being underwater in that pressure, you age differently to us on the surface. I haven't named mine. I don't know how I don't think I can do it because it was a CCU with. I looked the other day and there's nowhere I can name it. I don't even see the ship as such in my list of standalones or my list of upgrades. I can't remember how I went about getting it because I've just got so many ships all over the place from different things, like referrals and so forth, that I don't know where they've come from. I can't find it. Weepy 07. I'll have to check back on the list and see where it is, but I will certainly have to think of a good name for it. For anyone who is interested in the 2 Star Lancers are available to purchase in the shop, are they? Excellent. Yo, Roland, I don't know if it's to fix the whole sea loading. I hope that's another fix they get with it, but I don't think it wasn't part of the... It did say and more, to be honest, but they didn't specify it, so it could be. Christoph, as heaven. And Lala, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Asgard IAE, do you mean the Perseus Fallout? The Asgard's already out. Oh, I don't know about new weapons for the Wolf at IAE. All I remember them saying is that even ships with bespoke weapons will have swappable options at some point, but they're just not going to be available from the pool of all the other weapons that we use for other ships. Matron. Yo, Natherloud. Biomechanical, how you doing, sir? Are you well? How's your health, sir? How's your diet and stuff? Any good? I just got lucky. You found a $400 reclaimer on Starhanger for only $2.99. That sounds like a bargain, sir. Any news info on 42? Like, is it coming out anytime? Talking of which, we don't need to sit and watch this. So next year is still the plan for Squadron. There's not been any updates since we last saw it at CitizenCon. Well, all they've said is that they're still working towards releasing it for next year. There's been talk about it shifting based on GTA, but none of it's really been super official information. So we just don't know. But Chris, from what we understand, is, conscious of GTA 6 and its intended launch. And yeah, so far it's still expected to come next year. But they're not going to talk about it. They're just heads down, getting on with it. We'll hear more about it when the time comes. Do I use the Hangar Explorer browser? No, I don't. It sorts everything together much better than the website does. Oh, okay. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, no, I don't use that. That will help. Anuga, welcome. Can you just DM me with that, please, Sandman? Just Hangar Explorer browser, so I remember. Colt, thank you for the 19-month resub. Beers and party, please. Thank you, sir. How are you doing? Oh, what is the best value for money package to get to start off in the game? Are only the ones on the official page available? Yeah, so you want to buy official, of course. Starter packages, it really depends on just how much you want to and are willing to spend. Because, of course, you could go for the completionist pack, but I wouldn't recommend that for your first steps into the verse. I would suggest... are there any on offer at the moment? Any on sale? Someone has said I look like David Tennant, yeah. It's not my favourite, but it's not my worst. Skipper, how you doing? S7. Still going well, keeping the weight off. Good man. Are you doing alright then? All being, all in all, with since the last time I saw you, which was flipping heck, last year's CitizenCon, wasn't it? Jesus, time has flown. We're heading into Greg's. Getting a sausage roll. Oh, thank you, Sandman. Is the cutter on sale? Is it $48? The Duelist CitizenCon, $51. What do you get for that? So is that kind of the price that you're looking at then? 50, 60? Because you can go cheaper if that's what you wanted to do. Just lock your wallet away. Once you've bought your first package, lock it away. Right? It doesn't need to come out. No matter what the temptation may feel. For the freebies, what are the freebies? Oh, it's in the spooky stuff. So what's the ship you get? The Titan. You could go for a beefy bake. Good old Greg's. Oh, man. I remember watching recently, I think it was... after going to CitizenCon in Manchester, there's a chap who does, not Veach, or whatever his name is, Billy Moore, who does, tours of just local, cities and things. And, it might not have been actually him that was doing a little video of this place, but the Greg's was getting knocked off. Just people were just nicking stuff and leaving. Nobody did a thing. Danger Hobo, how you doing? The Talon Bomber. Oh, cross-section. The whole... scanning and radar and stuff is going to be a big change. So we definitely need to see more about that. Hopefully that's a next year thing as well. Well, I think GTA are probably we don't really want to launch when Squadron's launching because they're going to kill us. No, I don't know. It'll come when it comes, won't it? If I had one Or if you had one, you would call it Nostromo. I mean, it's what they styled it after, but I would certainly have to come up with my own name for it. I don't want to steal, because there's probably going to be a few Nostromos out there. Yo, Solar Tech. All going well, thank you. How are you? Furco, welcome. Yeah, it is a bit of a gamble whether we'll see Squadron or GTA. I think they'll likely want... My guess, this is just a guess, is... I mean, GTA's what, May? I think they'll likely release Squadron in October once GTA is sort of settled down from its launch. We've all bought it. We're all playing it. And then launch Squadron kind of towards the end of the year. You know, CitizenCon style, but that's just a guess. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't get another delay. That's true. It is a console release, but I think most PC gamers will likely have... Not this is a stat plucked out of my head. Most PC gamers may have a console as well, but that's not always the case. A Southern Hemispherian? No, I'm not. No, I'm a Northern Hemispherian. Usually a bit colder. Yeah, time does fly. Your son turned 13. Was it like the classic Kevin, oh, can't be bothered, Dad? Was it like that? Or is it more subtle than that? Has you know, 90s media lied to us? Ow. I've been getting back into calisthenics again, but I can feel whatever it is I tore or strained, just, and every now and again, especially doing side planks on it, it's like, oh, no. So I'm reluctantly getting back into it. Playing catch up, how you doing? Figment, welcome. Yeah, you could always wait for a free flight. If you are really wanting to get in and play, then of course, just buy a package, get in, check it out, see what you think. But they do have free flights quite often. There's probably going to be one for the IAE next month around the 20th, where you can just, you just create an account and then download the game when the free fly is on. You have access for like 7 days, 10 days or whatever, and you can just try various ships for free. And then access is revoked once that time is over. But it's, to me, it's the best entry, like for the price especially. What do you call it? A starter package is still the price that a game used to be like 10 years ago. Whereas most games now, you're talking in excess of 60 quid. Now it's more along the lines of 50 quid, and it's the best 50 quid you'll spend. It's just whether or not you can enjoy that now with what we have, with the bugs, with the content that we have, versus a finished product, right? That's the trade-off. Gene, how you doing? Welcome. I've been like that for the last 2 years, so you're hoping he'll snap out of it. Now he's in his teens, nice. Yeah, 45 quid. I mean, 45 quid for what Star Citizen offers. I know it's buggy. I know there's problems. I know there's some major problems at times as well. But my goodness, just what we have now, it's better than most finished games. It's better than all finished games, in my opinion. There's no game like Star Citizen, because it's not a game yet. I'm only joking. It's you know what I mean. GTA has a stigma of bad practice to it. Really? In what way, Spence? Welcome, by the way. I mean, don't get me wrong. Rockstar games I buy hands down without question. I've now become tainted by Bethesda games. There's no other game studio that I would buy a game outright without, doing excessive research first. It's a quid a nickname for... Yes, sorry. Yeah. A buck is a quid. It's the equivalent. Absolutely. A quid is £1. Only problem with free flights is performance. That's true. Yeah, that is so true, actually. You join a free fly, there's more potential for bad performance, for more bugs, because there's more people playing. And it's kind of like a really bad trade-off. It's cool that they have them for people to try, but you know, you jump in on a free fly for your first time trying Star Citizen, and you have a bad time because of the overload of players. It's like, that's not the day-to-day experience of Star Citizen. Legendary, how you doing? Yeah, you know, it's console, so, you know, PC is still going to be good, but there will be some people who have to decide, is it either GTA or Star Citizen? There will be people that do make that decision, but I think the majority who have a console and a PC would maybe be buying both anyway. Or, I don't know, obviously everyone's situation is different, isn't it? Need to provide ID for GTA. I mean, that's alright. Maybe I could just submit my voice. If I sound about 70. Sourdough, thank you for the follow by the way. Toll, welcome. Yes, Lala, by all means, use my referral. But if you have a friend who's already playing, or if there's a different content creator or someone that you want to use their referral code for, then by all means, go ahead. It's so the person whose code you use doesn't get the 50,000. They just get a little reward thing, but you do. I'm drinking water. I've just had a coffee, but I'm drinking water in there. Or is it whiskey? Who knows? Yo, Doctor. Yeah, same. Well, if you are getting into Star Citizen, it can ruin every other game for you. For me, it is... Did I put salaving? Did I put salaving? You know what? Maybe I'll leave it and see what people say. No one's mentioned it yet. You're going to wait till GTA hits PC. I like having the option for... Like, at the moment, I just play GTA, FIFA, and now, you know, more so now this year, primarily Star Citizen. Even on a night time, it's like, I'll maybe have a game of football, or I'll do a few races. But now I'm more inclined to come up and do something in Star Citizen. But having something like GTA, it's nice to have that break from sitting here all day working to then come here and game. It's nice to go downstairs and just play the game. Bed logging might be an issue with maintenance. I don't think it should be. But it does tend to clean things up, so I don't know. It should be fine, because I don't mess with the long-term persistence during these times, as such. Parker, don't forget to stack my water bottles. What do you mean? King Drift, adopt you. I don't think I can handle a 3-year-old and yourself. Not that there's anything wrong with you, King. I'm sure you are absolutely incredible and easygoing. You know, here's your food. Go get a bath. There's your bed. Sort yourself out. But I can barely function for myself. Is it flammable? It's just a bit of rum and coke. It's hard times. I'm just really thirsty. I think I forget to drink sometimes. I try to hydrate as much as possible, and I forget. You play for honor, or Star Citizen, or Path of Exile. Oh, you play for honor. Sorry, I thought you meant as in you play Star Citizen for honor. Life is Feudal, talking of your namesake, was quite a decent game as well, but I never really got into it. Hey, Puck, how you doing? If you like engineering gameplay, I need to show you Baratron. I've seen a bit of that. I mean, it's not my sort of style of game, but yes, I will certainly like engineering gameplay. It's just a beautiful direction to go in, and I can't wait for it. Oh yeah, it just says 5,000, doesn't it, APOC? Flipping heck. Good point. Yeah, here's your food now. Go. Yeah, maybe I could adopt you and you could be my sort of Star Citizen player while I'm not on. When I go to bed, you can hop in here and just mine and salvage and earn creds. Freya, how you doing? Just an ordinary heathen. Welcome. What's everyone's opinion on Ark Raiders? I haven't seen it. My brother's playing it. I think he's doing a YouTube series, but I haven't done any. It's another game that I just don't have time for and don't really want to dedicate time to, if you know what I mean. Star Citizen ruined Elite. Yeah. You know, jumping into Starfield, it was like, it might be a somewhat good game. if I hadn't played Star Citizen already, but I cannot play it anymore. I cannot play Starfield because Star Citizen's in my life. Legendary, in fact, just realised. Thank you for the follow. Have watched a lot of my videos. Thank you, Parker. You are more than welcome. Any thoughts on the new boxes? What new boxes? What do you mean? Laylam, welcome. What are we up to in the downtime? We're just chatting, just chilling out, going back to the old style of what I used to do more. Scorpion, welcome. Yeah, Elite ruined Elite. That's a good point. I don't know what's special about Arc Raiders, to be honest. Do you know I'm the same, Dino? I think a lot of it is just Star Citizen in general. That experience just cannot be gotten anywhere else. And at times it can be hard to find it in Star Citizen. So it's like, you kind of, nothing excites me anymore. Not even GTA. GTA I'm looking forwards to, and I will play it. But I know I'll play it for however long, and this is only the single player stuff. I have no interest in the multiplayer stuff with GTA. And once I'm completed the game, once I'm bored of it, I'll be done with it. Nix, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Daylight, welcome. Half the battle is figuring out who the enemy were on your sub. Oh, okay. Intentional or not. Do you ever remember the Thing game? You know, based on John Carpenter's The Thing movie. Anyone remember that, where you had to kind of watch your crew, and sometimes they would start acting weird, and you had to determine whether they were infected or not? That was a cool game. I don't know how well it worked. Yo, Biscuits, how you doing? Welcome. No, I'm not a big fan of grinding for Wicklow. It just seems too... the thing with a lot of the content that we have right now is it is just grind and grind and grind, doing the same thing, rinse, repeat to try and get what you need. And that doesn't interest me. It's great for those who enjoy that, obviously. It's nice to have that option, but for me, it's just like, meh. How you doing, Nix? Are you well? Imuziri, welcome. Ark is better third person. There's already so many first person PvP games. Fair enough. Starfield, the Temu Star Citizen. It is. I mean, honestly, Starfield, and I wasn't the only one to think this way. Starfield is what Star Citizen would be if it released as the Kickstarter was originally intending. Right, that sort of 2014, 2 years, 4 million, that is what Starfield would essentially have been. That is what Star Citizen would have essentially been. Yeah, it lacks the thrills of No Man's, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not, I would much prefer Rockstar to take the GTAs and just make more single player stuff, but of course that's not where the money is, so they're not gonna. What's everyone's opinion on the Stinger? I've not tried it. Looks cool, and I'm looking forward to the Vanduul using it, but it's not my thing. Ooh. Trip, good morning. How is Florida today? I wish there was a way to scan my face so that my avatar... Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping, TOBII. They used to be able to do that, and it worked pretty well. But they since deactivated it, so I don't know if that's an intention for the future or if it was, I don't know, an accident. It's a bit weird. Broncos, how you doing? Is it worth getting back into Star Citizen or should I wait? I heard the latest update is a buggy mess. So, yeah, when was the last time you played? There is a lot of teething issues with this current patch. That we've had one hotfix, we're getting another hotfix today, so wait and see after this maintenance window finishes in like an hour, see what it's like. In terms of those bugs, because with every patch we get, there's generally a lot of issues that need to be fixed and hot fixed. Not necessarily every patch, but you know, we've had one resource drive where the freight elevators were completely broken, and it can just be a nightmare. It's just kind of the way it goes. But this year has certainly seen a lot of benefits to the approach that they've taken with playability and things like that. But there's still plenty of problems, so it really depends on what it was that stopped you playing last time. Dark Light Vader, how you doing? Nice to see you. I think the Explorer is a better version of the 600, but it really depends on what you're planning to do with it, I guess. You was planning on to begin playing this game today, but there's an update. What's going on? It's just server maintenance, mate. Is this your first time jumping in, then? You picked the best time. A 4-hour maintenance window. Yeah, it won't last forever. It'll be hopefully done at the top of this hour, maybe top of the next hour. I'm excited for the Perseus links. You're welcome, mate. I am. Not necessarily for me to use, but for our org to use. We have a lot of events going on where we need decent multi-crew fight, like combat ships, big style combat ships, and it's going to be a good one to add to the list. A bit like the Paladin, you know, like when you see a fleet moving and doing their job, is pretty epic. The Warriors, yeah, that was a great film. What, there was a game of the Warriors. Is that what you're saying? They should. Was it Rockstar that made it in the first place? Yeah, press space, and I don't think it works though, does it, with the character thing now? Chaser, how you doing? We have been spoiled. The couple of patches after the resource were great. This one broke a bunch of stuff. Yeah, exactly. We've had some decent patches, and then the resource drive was a mess. They hotfixed that, and it was great, and everything else worked fine because they extended it for another month. And then yeah, we come to this patch, and it's another, like, a lot has been affected, and it's just a case of getting those hero squads on it, you know, getting it sorted. Don't step on your cat. How dare you? I have the voice of an angel. I'll forget it. You've upset me now. Who's the oldest here? Not you at 46, my friend, I can assure you. Go on then, who's the oldest here? When crafting comes out, will we only be able to craft items that can equip, like, guns, ammo, multi-tools? So, when we get it on the tech preview, to start with, which is, you know, I assume you mean, like, live, but when we get on the tech preview, it'll just be armor and weapons, and maybe a limited amount of those as well. And then beyond that, it'll, you know, when it goes live, it could be a limited selection of things, which I certainly expect it will be. It won't be everything, but eventually it'll scale out to everything, and that will be tools, weapons, both ship and FPS. It might even start just FPS stuff, and then roll out to ship stuff. Eventually, obviously, components, ships, buildings. But, well, not that's base building, but yeah, I don't know. We know the tech preview will start with just FPS weapons and armor, and there's likely a very select amount of that you can do. And then beyond that, we've got different blueprints, different upgrades. Stills, how you doing? But that's not going to be till next year. We may see a tech preview test this year for crafting, but time is ticking. There's other things they want to test, and we don't have Vulcan yet, so we'll see. Charlie, Mike, are there notes for the hotfix? I think, has anyone got the notes for what the hotfix said? There isn't any, like, itemized bug fixes. In fact, let me have a look. Let me tell you, because I can just check myself, can't I? I'm just being lazy. Thank you, sir, man. So, where is it? Oh, there's that cat again. So, the hotfixes include fixes for datapads not being able to be picked up, commodity trading not working, and Wicklow turn-in issues, and more. And that's all it says. It doesn't specify what that more is. So hopefully it's everything. Jason, how you doing? I hope the horses are working after this maintenance. Yeah, me too. 63 from Proton. Oh, you've just beaten Glut there. Who else we got? APOC is supposedly plotting 2 of them, Perseus, pulling up each side of the Idris and going twin turret. Howdy. I don't really understand a word of that sentence, Les, but it sounds exciting with 2 Perseus and an Idris. I'm not sure. After reading that, I have no idea what APOC is actually planning, but I can kind of vaguely guess. 66, Doctor. Nearly 60. So you're 65. All right, you're at the top so far. I mean, we have people in this community that are in their 70s, 80s, I think. There you go, Feudal. I'm what am I? I'm 39 now, only recently. And, yeah, I'm a baby in this community, which is such a blessing. You're 790 months and counting. Kemi, how you doing? Welcome. 7, sir. I feel like you changed your name for that. What's that, Nikona? You're talking to me, sorry. How am I playing green? I just have access to Squadron. Chris called me up and was like, I know you're streaming tomorrow and there will be a server maintenance. Would you like to play Squadron 42? And I was like, yeah. I flipping would, actually, if you don't mind. You are just crazy, yes. Logically, yes, remote turrets are more modern and make sense. But there is something cool about getting into a turret and locking on. Oh, yeah. And it's a game at the end of the day. This is why, you know, as much as people are like, 900 years in the future, why can't we do this? It's like, because where's the fun in that? Sober, welcome. Girith Shetty, welcome. No, not yet. Still going on. Willie, welcome. Willie, welcome. that's Wonka's brother. Never mind. I hope they take all damn day so that we can have more stuff fixed. I don't think it works like that. They'll still fix the only thing. It's not like, oh, let's just extend the maintenance and we'll fix this and that and this. It's more like we've got planned stuff that's rolling out. But that would be good. Grumph, welcome. You're 15, Frisker. So we have quite a range there. How old are you, Jason? Oh, you're welcome, Willie. It's one of those things I love about gaming, all ages, especially about Star Citizen. The good thing is, the community is generally more mature, so we don't have the sort of COD ideal, but it still happens in the game, of course. Kem is 65, are you, Kem? Joshua was around when the dinosaurs were roaming the earth. I can believe that, you know? I can absolutely believe that. Ever seen the end of Pirates of the Caribbean 3? It's just good business. I think I will have, but like with the Fast and the Furious series, they're all just kind of a mishmash of films, and I can't remember the scene. Age is just a perspective. Never complain about getting older. It totally beats all the alternatives. That's true. He did, Kemi, yeah, I know, I was surprised. I was like, I'm a big fan, thanks. How long will it be down? It was started at midday, and it lasts for up to 4 hours, so it could be going live any minute now. It could be coming back online, or it could be lasting around an hour. Your crew is 39, 36, 21. Is that your measurements, Gene? You want your dad to play Star Citizen, but he's a PlayStation 5 Battlefield 6 gamer. I mean, the fact that your dad's a gamer is cool. My dad was an absolute Luddite. He hated everything, even phones, just anything and everything. He hated it, and it wasn't like, I'm gonna give this a chance. It was just outright blank no. Charles, you're 92. Really? Sorry, Jason, 53 doesn't make it, I'm afraid. We got a 65-year-old over here. Gerben, welcome. Yeah, 4 hours doesn't exceed that exactly. Put the two together, AT, and tell me that number. People in game are crying all the time. I know, yeah, it's really strange. It's really strange. It's like... But you're in... Anyway. You saw the first Star Wars in theaters, Jason. That must have been the 70s. Yeah, I wasn't around then. Merchantman, welcome. Yoshi. 86 was when the world began, to be honest. Are you the youngest Frisker? At 15? I think so. Yeah, I don't think we've got anyone younger at the moment. So you've got the youngest. Kemi, or was it Doctor, at 65 has got the oldest. Again, not that it matters, does it? We're all here for the same thing. How old are you, Imuza? Imuzri. You're 14? Alright, yeah, sorry, Frisker. You lost. Second youngest. You don't win anything. I mean, nobody wins anything, to be fair. What was your year of birth? Let's make everyone feel old. What was your year of birth? That's going to freak us out. 86 was Mexico's World Cup. Was that the Maradona one? Where he was like... Yo, Huck. Not everybody's year of birth. Flipping heck. I just meant Imzira. Imzir. Ay, ay, ay. You're almost... I mean, that's crazy that you were born in 96 and you're almost 30. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much that makes sense. I was born in 86 and I've just turned 39. Cola, Yaget, welcome. Tronopus. Just got my 13-year-old twin boys playing Star Citizen. They love it. That sounds fabulous. I'm looking forward to when Summer's old enough to reach the sticks. She's like this. She can't even reach them yet. Ah, the year of aliens. What is that? 1979. That was a good year to be born. Good morning, sweetheart. How you doing? 2011. That is. I mean, no, yeah, it makes sense. That is crazy. 2011. I don't know why I didn't just do the sum in my head. I think I just wanted to see it to feel crap. No. Oh, aliens. Sorry. Yeah, good point. Aliens. Sorry, I thought you meant alien. It's the year of Back to the Future. Oh, classic. The game stole my ASD armor and backpack. You kind of tweaked. It tweaked you a little bit. Hope the hotfix gives it back. Yeah, it might do. I lost all my NDBs. I had my Hornet set up with 2 NDB 30s. And then I had 3 in storage to hand over to Joshua today for the AUG use. And they've been gone. They've been wiped. Was Mad Max 79? Watching that again now, it's like flipping heck. It's just like some bloke in the backyard in Australia with a camera. So funny. Who is the person that's younger than you? Imuziri. Yeah, you're a year older than them, aren't you? Says Adam on Spectrum, Frisky Piano. I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to, of course. Skinny, welcome. 2914 is when you were born. I'll give you 12 as a replacement. Sound good? Oh no, don't worry about it. Don't worry. We'll find them again. That's cool though. If you're talking to me there. If you're not, that's just rude. Yeah, it's when people say, "Oh, were you born in the 1900s?" It's like, no, for God's sake, I wasn't born. Yes, but no. The 1900s is like 1901. Yeah, it's always the NDBs that get gone. Kind of want to build your beefy M80X or ITX PC and put in a carrying case. That would be kind of cool. I was looking into like smaller builds for the streaming machine, but it's probably easier just to use exactly what I have and do nothing else with it other than just convert it to what it needs. You were talking to me. Thank you, Nikona. That's very kind, but don't worry about it. We have plenty of ways of getting hold of them, and it gives the org something to do anyway. Not that we need something to do. You still have a laptop that you actually use in bed from 2011. That says it all, doesn't it? Flipping heck, the laptop I'm using today is older than you are. I love that. Yo, Frisker, over on Twitch. Have you come to hunt down in misery? If I have to share a price for being the oldest, could we have a capital ship we can share as a gift? I wish. No backlights, no RGB, not in those days. Although saying that, I think 2011 they probably had RGB. Oh man, I thought I had some cider left. Don't think I do. If you use the Gregorian calendar, then the year would be 1732. Good to know. I'm sure that knowledge will come in handy at some point. 2003 Logitech joystick. Get a Super Mac Mini for your stream. Transcoding. I don't know what that means. But that sounds like a fun thing to do. How much is a transcoding? The game is ready to... Yeah, the update has been there a while, but I don't know if we're actually able to get in yet, are we? Let me just launch the launcher. And at least download the new patch, but I don't know if the servers are back up yet. Still down, Adidas, thank you. In fact, I'll wait then until... I won't launch it yet, because I'll only have to shut it down and relaunch. Yeah, it won't be long. What is TOBII like? It is... I cannot play the game without it now. It is, without a doubt, one of the best peripherals to use Star Citizen with. But my lord, is it expensive? It's... Yeah, I suppose if you're in the US, it's nearly 300 quid. I mean, it's nearly 300 quid in general, isn't it? So, yeah, it's a pricey device for head tracking. But without it, it doesn't feel right. What's the current patch? 4.3.2. Yeah, so you can kind of fashion VR to work in Star Citizen in various ways. But, like with most things, like with the whole, you know, better lighting or whatever it's called, updates or better graphics, I don't know what they do where it's visually different, but I would rather just wait until CIG officially support it more than anything. But they want VR for Star Citizen. Firstly, I think we need the Vulkan API, but secondly, it just needs to be a priority, which it isn't right now. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to be phenomenal. To me, the TOBII is kind of like the best of both worlds. If you want true immersion, VR is the way to go, right? Because you are in the world. Anywhere you look, you're in the world. If I did this in VR, I would still see, I would see like Binks creeping around in the background with a box trying to take me out. If I did it with TOBII, I just see my bookcase, but I can see everything, my peripherals, I can see all the buttons on GameGlass and whatnot. So it's like, there's a trade-off, and I'm sure in a lot of circumstances using VR in Star Citizen will be great, but not in every circumstance. So it's kind of, you know, where do you want to go with it? And when they do it, will they have the more hand control options as well, which they would like to explore? But at the very least, you will be able to use it as a, you know, in a cockpit kind of view. Yeah, I mean, if you've got Track IR, there's no real need to fork out for something like TOBII, because it's essentially just the same thing. They just do it in a different way, in the sense that you're not wearing it and so forth. Regular Bob, thank you for the 8-month resub. Beers and party, please. Thank you, sir. But that's why I only ever shout out the sales, is because there's no point, there's no need to pay full price. If you want to and you can, go for it. It doesn't make a difference. But if you're wanting to get TOBII, wait for a sale, right? There's another one coming 20th. No, hang on. When is it? It's November. And it's, I think, for the IAE time. Wait, that's my files, not my emails. And it's 20% off. So, you know, it was 15% off. It's now back to full price. There's another sale happening. That's not the right email. So, oh, it's a Black Friday campaign, which is happening between the November 14th and the 1st of December. 20% off. So that's why I wait and tell people about the sales. You don't need to pay full price. There's no need. And you can even get discounts on refurbished ones. A lot of people use refurbished ones if you're not too bothered about cosmetics, which, you know, when I play it, I can't even see it, essentially, because it's in the dark. Jedi, how you doing? Welcome. But it is a... Just, it feels phenomenal playing with it. It really does. And it's a shame that they don't, and as I understand it right now, there's no plans to make it support Linux, which is a real shame. I'm hoping they will do that at some point. No, it's pretty much plug and play. You do like an initial setup where you just look at the various things, and then you just get on with it. I would suggest using my settings as a starting point and then adjusting it as you see fit. That's kind of like my settings are like you can basically get the screenshots of what I use settings-wise as just getting it to how I like it, and then you can adjust the various factors as and when you want to. They don't want to send you a broken or dummy one for measurements. Have you asked them to force? They're like, no, sorry. I'm sure you can fashion one, though, out of, like, you just get the measurements and make one out of cardboard. How long do you guys think the Squadron 42 campaign will take to complete? I think they said about 50 to 60 hours. Was that correct? If I recall correct, like, about the Kickstarter was something like each... Because the campaign itself, this is going to be Squadron 42 Chapter 1. There will eventually be a Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 to conclude the story. And I think they said... Like, back during the Kickstarter goals, it was like, and now it'll feature this many missions and last this long. I think it was about 50 to 60 hours. But it's on rails. You know, you're not, like, going to be able to go off and explore the verse. But there will be more ways of approaching targets, you know, in a sort of 360 manner, I guess. Angry Onion. Angry Onion, how you doing? You can't play it without eye tracker anymore. There was a time when for some reason, I can't remember what it was. It might have just been like a Windows update or something. And like if I launched the game and then accidentally launched TOBII after, it just wouldn't work. And then I couldn't get it working. And I literally quit and didn't play because it was like, I don't want to play it without TOBII. Thankfully, that was years ago, and I've never had an issue with it since. Yes, the new tractor beam is so much nicer. That means he'll be even better at hitting me with it, yeah. What's the average dollar setback to thrive in Star Citizen? I'm talking about sticks. Oh, man. I mean, it's more of an individual preference. I would say, at the least, get yourself something like an Extreme 3D Pro, which is about 30, 40 quid. And you're good. You can use your webcam for head tracking. It's not the best, but it still allows you to look around all right, but you need good lighting for that. That's all you really need to enjoy Star Citizen, to thrive in Star Citizen. The further you want to go, yes, the more immersive it can feel, and I certainly take it for granted with with my setup, but it's there's no limits, really. I just want to do what Noobifier has, and not that he does this at the moment, but play Star Citizen in one of those rigs. That would be cool. But I'll need to turf Summer out of her room so I can have a bigger room. If you solve this riddle, you will super chat $20. I am a ship in Star Citizen. Don't think of the ship, but the name. I am neither man nor woman, neither human nor alien. I'll take your hand into myth. I'll have a think about it. Unless anyone else can tell me. Keep your money, though. Keep your money. It's a good riddle. I am a ship in Star Citizen. Don't think of the name. Don't think of the ship, but think of the name. I am neither man nor woman, neither human nor alien. I'll take your hand into myth. Zeus! There you go. Easy peasy. How much room does an eye tracker need? It's like this big, this thin, and it just sits under your monitor and attaches via stickiness and Velcro. Make sure you have a place. You can get a desk mount for it if you don't have room, because some monitors are super thin. There needs to be some, like about, you know, half an inch of something underneath for you to stick it to. But there is a mount you can have where you can sort of stick it on your desk. Some laptops come with it. Zeus wasn't a man, he was a god. Wasn't he? Alright, Harishnu. Is there a ship called Harishnu? Special Circs, how you doing? Welcome. What are you getting on the impound, Laelham? Yes, yeah. Exclamation impound should... oh, you might have to... Maybe it's the impound? Or maybe we don't have it on YouTube. Hang on. Is it... this? Nope. Ah, there it is. Okay, let me just get you the link here. Oh, there it is. Oh no, that's the TOBII settings. Maybe I don't have one for YouTube. Oh, no, you do have one. Don't we? I can't remember now. I neither fly in the sky nor into space. I'll escort you to a throne of gold. Oh, mate, I have no idea. I thought I'd gotten it. I thought I'd gotten there with Zeus. Terry Morgan, thank you for the 56-month resub. Thank you, my friend. Beers and party, please. The mole. Could be the mole. Is it the mole? Yo, Zero, how you doing? Odyssey? Could be the Odyssey. Oh, she can't find the keys, so I've got to go let her in. Hang on, bear with me. She just got back from swimming lessons. Oh. Could be Apollo, maybe? Asgard? Oh, that's a place though, wasn't it? Where you will fight, then feast in eternal glory. Yeah, it might be Asgard. Ah, yeah, maybe. Lance, how you doing? Vulcan? I don't know about Vulcan. That's not a place, is it? You've been trying to figure out what, besides the Perseus and the Apollo variant, might come with the IAE. So it could be the Hermes, the Apollo variant. It could be... In fact, did you just say that? Yeah, you did. It could be the RSI Salvager, the little mini RSI Salvager. There is that folding Drake-style ship that we saw a silhouette of. There's a ground vehicle as well that Deacon thinks is potentially a ground armored medical response vehicle, which would be cool. You just get in the water and sink. I'm not actually a bad swimmer, but I have had moments where I was I can't breathe out underwater anymore. You know, like when you're supposed to do the front crawl and you kind of go that kind of thing. It became to the point where I couldn't breathe out, so I was going and then I would just sort of float there and forget. It's just weird. Trip. Oh, it was the Valkyrie, was it? Well, I shouldn't get the $20. Nikona should get it. Thank you, Nikona. Appreciate that, Trip. Thank you so much. That was a good little riddle. I enjoyed that. Much appreciated. Have some emotes. Did you get it right as well? I mean, we were getting there, weren't we? If we just started naming every single ship, we would have eventually gotten there. And I think between us, we kind of did. Why don't I talk about camping, Zero? What do you mean? Do you mean, in real life? I haven't been camping since my last video. Which is a shame. Because I would love to go camping again. In fact, I have been talking to my cousins about going camping again, but that might not be one to record. But yeah, I've just had no time. I do have a camping YouTube, by the way, which has, what, 3 videos? It's a hobby, right? It's not a job, it's a hobby. Creo, welcome. Oh, that's it, Valhalla. Yeah, that's where you go, isn't it? You and Norse mythology go hand in hand. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for getting me that $20. And thank you, Trip, for the $20, of course. You were wrong, Rhino. You were wrong. It was about... Oh, no, you were almost right. But you got the first letter right. I actually had the thought that the sneak peek image was the Bridge of the Galaxy instead of the Perseus. No, it won't be. As we know, Perseus is next, then Galaxy after that for the team to move on to, for the RSI stuff. But, yeah, it's... I don't think anything's changed in that regards. I have a riddle, but sometimes I piddle. What am I? Do I get $20 if I get it right? Yo, Reckon, how you doing? Welcome. Albright, welcome. 07. Not that I mean, the Connie rework. So, in terms of rework, I don't know. But gold standard, yes. And I think gold standarding the Connie, they may be holding off on doing it because they want to do a bit more of a thorough job. A bit like what they did when they did the Retaliator. They spent a bit more time and they updated a lot of other aspects of the Retaliator. They're probably going to do the same thing for the Constellation. But all we know right now, we may see the gold standard Aurora, which I am super excited for, and the Hammerhead. Other than that, I don't know. I really don't know. Is the Connie Chris's favourite ship? I mean, that was back when there was only, 12 ships? That might have changed. It is iconic, though. It's the Constellation. Do you remember that round table in the original that used to fold up? What about my channel, Zero? Yeah, at the end of now we're going in. I don't generally camp in summertime. It gets a bit too muggy, and I enjoy being inside a tent when it's really bad weather and using my stoves to stay warm. So now we're getting into winter. I will be doing some camps up to the, my little forested area. I did just pick up, from all my birthday vouchers, I did just pick up an alcohol stove. It's one of the main brands that have been doing it, a Swedish brand that have been doing it for 60, 70 years. What do they call them? I just picked up one of their little stoves to cook with, so I will probably try one of those before it gets too cold and, need a tent stove. You were in the swim team for the high school. I had some fellow Marines learn to swim when I was in the Marine Corps. Very nice. I bet the difference in standard between school swimming and Marine swimming. I did used to, when I was at school, do a lot of charity swims and competitive swimming, but since I stopped going when I got older and just never picked it up. So it's nice to get Summer into it and go swimming with her, because it's just, it's an important skill, isn't it? Let's be honest. You watched building shelters before bed, and we noticed you had. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not building it. I'm just putting a tent up. But no, I do enjoy doing the camping stuff. But it is a lot of effort and a lot of thinking and planning, and I don't want to ruin the experience of camping, of course. But most of my videos will just be overnight camps in a hot tent in bad weather, because that's what I enjoy. When I go camping with my cousins and brother and whatnot, that'll be more of just a chill out sort of camp. Yeah, well, I'm full-time YouTube and Twitch, sort of combined. Have been since COVID, actually. The nice thing about the Perseus and the Galaxy is they will now have a load of ship styles to pull from that should make it easier to build, to make new ships from those industries. Yeah, and that's that's the same for most manufacturers. They sort of do a run of various new ships. Like RSI has been heavily fleshed out now with a lot of style guides and things, and every other ship manufacturer. We've got Kruger, who's got that cool new ship now. Sphere. No, that doesn't ring a bell. Trangia. That's it, Skipper. Yeah, I got the little I was going to get the little Trangia stove with the alcohol that you put in, just to try it. I love cooking, and I love making proper meals while I'm camping, not like boil in the bag stuff. So I always enjoy different cooking methods, and usually I just use a tent stove, like a hot box. But I thought this Trangia stuff, it comes with a set that you can do stuff with. I've got a jet boil that I use. Great for making coffee when you first want a coffee when you wake up, but not ideal for everything. So it's just nice to have a few options. And eventually the YouTube channel for camping will increase with videos and recipes and gear and stuff. But this comes first. Real life, like Summer and Rachel come first. That's more of just a side thing because I just enjoy it. Yeah, there's nothing quite like, you wake up for the first thing in the morning and you're like, I just need a coffee. It's cold. Before I even get the stove going, I'm like, jet boil. Like 50 seconds later, coffee. It's brilliant. Oh, I would love. I mean, the thing is, I would love to camp in America, but my goodness, it would scare the crap out of me with not just the animals, but the guns. That I wouldn't like that. At least in the UK, you're just going to get a pikey or a, or a druggie just wandering the woods. I can take them on. I can't fight a gun. Hammock. Yeah, I do intend to do a hammock camp at some point, but I've invested a lot into my bed setup, so I'm like, I'll leave the hammock stuff for a later date. Shield, welcome, S7. Are you going to make some more living off the land YouTube videos? Do you mean my off-grid stuff, Biscuits? In Star Citizen? Because I've not done, like, foraging in the real world. Yeah, those boiling the bag stuff is terrible. Yeah, I do want to, and I'm trying to find a way to make it work that doesn't require, like, episodical series. It doesn't matter if, things get wiped from patch to patch. Because going into 2026, we're probably still going to have a similar release cadence with a patch every, almost every month from the sounds of things. Hopefully it's a little less, but it'll still be quite often, which would reset all of my sort of off-grid progress in terms of, not progress, because you kind of keep what you have unless it gets wiped. But, my location, just living in the middle of nowhere. So I might try and do, like, from month to month, living in a different location for the duration of the patch. And then when it gets reset, go and live somewhere else and kind of see what it's like to live around various places. I really enjoy that. Yo, Unknown Llama, how you doing? No, not the Galaxy. Perseus, we'll see. The Galaxy will come thereafter. Maybe even the I-80 after this year. 50 cows, bears, and cougars. What could go wrong? Yeah. Most I have to worry about is badger. Which, they're not really too worrying at the moment. You take your jet boil on military stuff, do you? Yeah, there it is. Thank you. Wild camping adventures. Yeah. It's been a little while since I've uploaded anything. The only time you would need to worry about all that is when camping here is during hunting season, right? Yeah. I mean, the animals are still around, though, right? That's still a concern. Well, I like to wild camp Kyvera. I'm not a fan of campsites. Not that, all campsites are made equal, but I prefer the wild camps where I'm just in the middle of a wood or, somewhere away from civilization as such. And that's what I like about this wood close to home, is as much as it's, you know, I'm not super far away from home, it is woodland where people don't go. All my dreams of being Luke Skywalker has been reduced to basically a union trucker with a crappy dispatcher. What's up, Reckon? What's happened? You're from Chicago land there. You do the same way, Deplorable. Memphis is off the chain, is it? Ooh, blimey. What's my favourite pastry? That's a bit of a random question. I really like making kind of like a pizza pastry where you get puff pastry and you make a nice sort of pizzery sauce with tomato paste, garlic, some nutritional yeast. No, sorry, no, not nutritional yeast. With bouillon powder, you know, bouillon stock powder, and what else? Oregano, a bit of water, maybe a touch of maple syrup, just to sort of get a bit of sweetness to it, and then you mix that around. You spread it out on the pastry, and you add various stuff like courgette, onion, some tomato, and you put that in. It makes a really nice sort of pizza pastry. I really like those. Although Greg's sausage rolls are all right. The last time I went hunting, I woke up to a grey wolf licking dew off of your tent. He looked at you and walked away, and it looked like he winked at you. Flipping heck, that would be a bit worrying. Lots of icy streets. Stay safe, Limey. Hopefully not long until Star Citizen comes back online. I'm assuming we've got people trying right now. Tango, you had an email today. The spontaneous hangar you had to email today the spontaneous hangar explosions, both loaded and unloaded. Tired of spending hours upon hours of shit going down the drain over nothing. What do you mean exploding? What's exploding? When you're in your hangar? Yeah, exactly. I won't be able to cook in my tent and all that kind of stuff. I'm quite content with camping in the UK. You know, the temperature gets down to something that's manageable with the equipment I have. The creatures are manageable. Yeah, pastry that's in your hand and ready to eat. Yeah, it's been about 2.5 hours ago, so we've got an hour and a half left of potential time. It should be coming a little earlier than that, I would think. No, I don't mind the random questions. Keep me on my toes. Nutritional yeast would be a good band name. How you doing, Astro? North Shore area, where's that? It'd be great to get camping in Star Citizen. That would be cool. How do you feel when you bite into a York peppermint patty? I've never tried one. I don't like the sound of that, though. That sounds disgusting. Do not camp in Appalachia. Yeah, that's kind of a scary place, I would think. Thank you, Deplorable. I will check it out, my friend. What's my favourite pair of socks? Right now, I tend to wear mostly Gore Nation. I've kind of, with the calisthenics, there's a brand called Gore Nation who do all different calisthenic stuff, and they do socks. So I'm like, I'll buy some of their socks. And they're really nice and silky, like they're sort of silky but warm. Chris, welcome. We have camping in Star Citizen. Our tents are metal, and they have thrusters and weapons. Yes, they do. I like that. Yoshi, how you doing? I want an Argo mole size salvager. That's something I don't think we'll see it anytime soon, specifically this year. But Ben from the ship team did say they do want a medium salvager. And he thinks orange would be a good colour for it, which I think is him hinting towards the idea of an Argo salvager. Also, don't forget, John Crew did say that this next year's list of ships is expansive. I think I said it almost just like him there. So I think he's hinting at the refinery ship coming along next year as well, which is going to be great. Good morning, Arsenal. Welcome. Which could definitely tie into the whole, reclaimer, although, reclaimer needing refining. Because they did say as well, eventually it'll be... I mean, I'm surprised I didn't see this coming, to be fair, because they said... I think it was while talking about the Expanse. It could have been a little later on. But they said when it comes to refining, that you're going to be smelting metals and refining ores and things like that into better grade stuff. And obviously we get metals from mining, but also from salvage. So, it makes sense that there is a refining process. I kind of hope the Reclaimer will get its own refinery, and that'll be another process on board that you have to do to process it while you're out and about, and so forth. Gives another member of the crew something to do. For some reason, I thought that was how it was going to be. What's the coldest I've camped in? I don't know, actually. Maybe it got to, with wind chill anyway, minus 17. And that was cold. I was wearing everything. No, maybe it wasn't that. I mean, maybe that was, I think that was it, I think minus 10, but minus 17 with wind chill might have been the one. But, trying to maintain a stove throughout the night is a pain in the ass, because mine's a really small stove. Citrus beef burrito or double dog. It's got to be double dog, whereas... Welcome, mate. Double dogs are renowned, so... Got to go with that one. But yeah, an Argo... medium salvager would be a big blessing. Yes, sweetheart. I was surprised that, 44 creds per Heart of the Woods mushroom. Thank you for finding that out, mate. I forgot to reply. I think I read that, was it late at night? And I, sometimes if I read things on Discord where notifications for myself were, by the time I wake up or come back to a time when I can actually reply to it, I always forget. Or the conversation has just gone womp. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Juarez. A York peppermint patty. I don't like that. That sounds horrible. Yo, a Messney, welcome. I want a tiny golem-like salvager to park inside the Asgard. Well, RSI may have you covered, and we may see that at the IAE this year. Looks like a nice little starter salvager. Yeah, if you hear banjos, no, true. Yeah, I would like to see Kruger make more ships. They're kind of fancy, but I do like their style. Yo, Pepper. No, the patch is the new hotfix, which is available to download. The difference being is that you won't be able to get in because it's currently under maintenance. But there is a new hotfix patch. This is the Squadron 42 live gameplay. It's kind of like the first hour of Squadron 42 at the time of showing it. Wayne, how you doing, by the way? Jay, welcome. Always one step closer to base building. Every day we get one step closer. Death, how you doing? How about a trailer for the Ursa? Well, we have a trailer for the Ursa. You mean the Ursa rover? And we have a trailer for the ROC. Oh, do you mean a trailer to pull? Not like a buy this vehicle. Yeah, I would love to see articulated stuff. Might be a bit of a physics nightmare though. But one day that would be really cool. I would just like to see a large flatbed. We don't really have a great amount of use for it right now, but it would still be cool. Winter is coming back in 2005 in Winnipeg with a wind chill 58.6. What's that in... Hey Siri, what's 58.6? No, how in Celsius? With the you're taking the mick, aren't you? I don't think you mean that. Yeah, minus 58. Holy moly! I can't even imagine that. Everything would just freeze. I would just be like, you know what? I'm just gonna succumb. I can't do it. A sub-reclaimer size salvage ship. Yeah, like a mole, absolutely. Now, well, how you doing, by the way, mate? I don't know if I've said hello to you yet. And Taron, welcome. Evan. Highway, welcome. Yeah, exactly. One that can hold even just a single 32 SEU would be so good. Day Sleeper, how you doing? day, sleeper. That's all you're getting. I haven't got anything more to add there. Outside capabilities to hang salvaged weapons. Yeah, I mean, the Reclaimer is supposed to have drones where it can go out and salvage things. I wonder if that's going to be used for getting things like the liquids and gases and so forth out of the ship before you start salvaging it, if they're still going to go that way, you know. Sol.create. How are you doing, my friend? It has been many years. Are you well? How are things? Where are you living? What's going on? I've seen you in so long. I have heard of Shipbreaker. Yeah, that's essentially, I see Star Citizens being more along those lines, where, you know, things can, you might start chomping, and so, let me see if I can figure this out. Just bear with me. There was a, what's the monthly subscriber magazine for us, for Star Citizen? What's it called again? No, maintenance isn't complete yet, Pacifista. I don't think. Jump Point, thank you. Jump Point. Magazine. Salvaging. Oh, it's just taken up by flipping people complaining about salvaging. There was a post from Thorsten who spoke further about the expansion into salvaging and where they want to go with it. And a lot of it was about the need to siphon gases and liquids and, you know, all those sorts of things first. Otherwise, you may cause like a catastrophic explosion. So it's not going to be a case of like it is now where you just go, you scrape, then you munch. There will be maybe ways and means to deal with this sort of stuff prior to actually salvaging it so that you don't create a big explosion. And I think that this is kind of going to be a bit of a, you know, against the grain going forwards with Star Citizen, is just how easy and quick we can make money right now versus what CIG actually want these professions to involve, being a lot more long-winded and more hands-on and detailed. And I think for a lot of people who are so used to how it is now, and this is why the min-maxing path is, I mean, I don't want to go as far as to say dangerous, because it's, you know, there's no actual danger, but it's problematic because people are so quick at fine-tuning the quickest way to do this and to do that and to speed run everything. That's not what Star Citizen's about. Star Citizen is supposed to be more of a slow-paced, thinking person's game that you just exist in and take your time over. It's not really a how to make the most amount of money in the shortest amount of time. And Star Citizen's mechanics are going to reflect that. Not to say that you shouldn't ever be able to just speed run it all, right? You absolutely can. But what we have now isn't the full-fledged systems for anything, mining, salvaging, anything. There is going to be so much more to it that I think most people are going to be like, or a lot of people who are used to the min-max routine are going to be really frustrated by, because it's slowing down the amount they can earn again. But ultimately, it has to happen for the game to feel right, for the progress to feel right, for the grind to feel fun, for the rewards to feel worth it. Otherwise, it is just too easy. And we will see people's, you know, getting their backs up because, oh, now we have to do another process to get that out of this. But ultimately, it's leading to just a much more immersive and engaging game that feels more real than, you know, than just a game. People cry about Star Citizen? Get out of here. Dead Killer, welcome. No, I don't know. Should be within the next 10 minutes, really. Shouldn't be too far off. Yeah, at the end of the day, when right now, well, not right now, but people obviously didn't like wipes, and so they reduced the wipes. Obviously, the LTP wipes are not necessarily what is happening. It's a different kind of wipe. But when we get base building, and we're building cool bases on Genesis planets, and then it comes round to 1.0 and they need to do that wipe, or even, you know, wipes prior to 1.0, which is a potential. People aren't going to like it, but the downside. That is the trade-off of playing a work-in-progress game. Nothing is final yet. Nothing is finished. And people are not going to like having to reset or relearn. Wooty, how you doing? You've been playing, what, Star Citizen a lot? Yeah, it's doing pretty well right now. I mean, this patch, albeit, is a bit of a mess, but hopefully this hotfix comes in and fixes that stuff. And I hope the min-max stuff gets killed off and it takes time. Yeah, I mean, that's the intention, right? The point is you're supposed to just enjoy. The grind should exist, but as they put it, it should be a fun grind. It shouldn't be boring or dull, which right now it is. There's definitely a lot more to come to make everything, every mechanic feel more involving and fleshed out, and skill and experience and so forth. And yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more of this friction when these things start rolling out. Do I think the Genesis planets will go up in size? I don't think so. I mean, if they're going to do it, it would probably be with something like Genesis. But I don't know. I don't know if their intention is to increase it or to keep it as it is. I don't think they're quite decided on that yet. Yeah, base building is going to be good. I am looking forward to that. And we will build many bases. And eventually they'll get wiped. And then we'll build them again. A different kind of wipe. You're into these band names. Yeah, the launcher is updating to the new patch, the hotfix patch. Arrakis, welcome. But you can't jump in just yet. It's still under maintenance. Do you think being cash-rich in 1.0 will be the highest priority? To some people, sure. But for me, it's not about, you know, how much you have or what you have. It's about the experiences you have. And that's what's important. I think, inevitably, people naturally, like in real life, in games as well, they see success as how much money do I have, how much things do I have, how many, you know, ships do I have. But really, the success of playing Star Citizen is, are you having fun? Yes, you're succeeding. Are you not having fun and just grinding, min-maxing because, you know, you want to buy that next ship? Is it fun? No. Then you're failing. You're literally failing because this is a game. It's supposed to be fun. If you're not having fun in a game, you should stop playing and do something different. It's I think there will always be people who just min-max, and if that's what they enjoy, I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. No one should tell you how to play Star Citizen. You play it how you want to play it. But be cautious about just min-maxing everywhere, because A, it'll get boring, and you know, with bugs wiping everything, you can spend 2 hours doing something and then it all gets wiped. B, things are going to be more long-winded than what they are now. And C, you're just going to get bored quicker. Yeah, same Doom. I actually don't do a lot of stuff. I'm itching to learn how to dogfight, how to be the best at something, or, you know, mining and salvaging, and learn all these different changes. But it's all going to change again. It's all going to be updated. You know, the best method is going to change. The new, you know, there's no point right now. But there is a point right now, especially for the org in terms of getting good, so that we can hold our own in situations that we're playing in now. But I don't want to learn too much, because then I don't want to have to relearn it. But if you enjoy it, then sure, go for it, right? We do have a great canvas, yeah, Sol, especially for going into next year. How do you feel about the current Frontier Fighters events? I myself am kind of bored of it, because, yeah, it's very rinse repeat, same. It's and then when you get there and the datapad ain't working, it's even more annoying. For me, and it's always been the case throughout this year, and I've said it a few times, yo, Keelblock, I don't really care for the missions. I'm not here for the missions. Star Citizen, for me, was never about the missions. It's always been just about the organic side of the game, and making my own way in the verse, doing what I enjoy at any given moment. The missions are more just, you know, putting pen to paper. What am I going to do today? Let me just start off by doing that mission, and then I'll see where I get to. Which is usually, I find a ship, I go salvaging, or I loot it, or, you know, I explore somewhere else. It's they're cool, and I enjoy running through them. I also really enjoy running through them with the org, but for me, Star Citizen is about just existing in the verse and taking that day by day and the experiences you have and slowing down, not just rushing from mission to mission to mission to mission to just, I don't know, buy the next ship or whatever. I mean, obviously, I'm in a very lucky place to have so many ships available to me. So it's like, I understand why people want to min-max to get a new ship, and that's definitely something you should do if you enjoy it, but think outside the box with Star Citizen. It's not a black and white game where it's all about just doing this mission or that mission. Is it still not up yet? We're getting close to that 4-hour time frame, aren't we? Oh no, maybe we're at... Is this the 3-hour time frame? There could be another hour yet, couldn't there? Enno, welcome. That's in every game. It's the New Age Gamer Elite. What's that? I really miss the small box missions. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't brought them back in yet. What I mean by that is the getting ready and flying with friends can is usually comedy gold. Yeah, there's always someone doing something silly. Ansnog, how you doing? Or some bug getting in the way that makes things go plop. What is... you're the second person to have noticed that. Well, maybe not the second person to have noticed, but the second person to mention it. So I decided not to change it in case anyone else notices. So is flying and muscle memory on buttons, etc., not the only thing you really gonna carry forwards? What's that? What do you mean, Keel? The thing is, I think a lot of it is, aside from the muscle memory, because you know, allocating your keybinds now is somewhat good because you can figure it out, but there's obviously going to be more keybinds and changes. Like when we get rid of nav mode and the new flight model comes in, keybinds are going to change a bit. But more, it's the maneuvers that are possible right now. I don't want to drill the maneuvers in a ship, in a dogfighting, in any ship that are possible with ship XYZ, because that's going to change. What's possible is going to change. The tactics are going to change. You see it a lot with the older, not the older flight model, but the current flight model. When that changed from what we had. A lot of people who were really good with the previous flight model, who had drilled and drilled and drilled and become the best, have to then... None of that means anything anymore. And it doesn't carry forwards. And obviously there was a lot of friction from them because it's like, well, I've spent all this time learning this. Now I can't do that. Therefore, this flight model sucks. A bird, thank you for the follow. Not saying that the flight model was great by any means, but it wasn't... there was many factors to that, wasn't there? Yeah, the crafting thing needs to... It'll obviously be quite deep with... Firstly, it'll involve sourcing the blueprint. Then it will be sourcing the right materials. And it isn't always just about getting the highest quality materials. It could be certain low quality materials are ideal for this much and that much. And then beyond that, it's the process. I'm not sure exactly how the process is going to be. Hopefully there's more to it than just putting it in there and then poof. I think it'll be mostly just that, because you'll just be waiting for the thing to do it. But we'll see how it goes, because, yeah, we don't want it to just be dumb, like dull, and just put that in there and now it does it. There needs to be a lot more to it, and I think they'll want to make it more of a skill-based thing as well. Yo, Zenith, I have learned how to avoid the bugs. That's the first thing you need to learn. Dead Killer, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Dutch Lion, welcome. If they learn that much, learn to adapt. Well, absolutely. It's there's definitely a lot you can learn, especially in terms of like PvP, where you can learn human nature and so forth. But there's always going to be a new learning curve, and it's not that. And as much as those techniques no longer work, there will be new techniques to learn. Does it work on Mac? No, I don't know actually, NVIDIA. I've never tried it. How you doing? Hey, you're more than welcome to join our org, whereas we have plenty of people playing. Absolutely. Oh, you're welcome, Lala. Thank you, my friend. Let me know how you get on. You can't play yet because there's still got a maintenance window. But once this maintenance window is over, you can jump in then. Brett, how you doing? Jazzhaf, welcome. Dalek, welcome. Do you think we should just create a weapon out of thin air with only resources, or should we... to be honest, I personally think... Oh, I don't know. At the end of the day, anything, you know, joysticks, whatever, they are somewhat created out of thin air because the base product needs to be created. The materials needs to be fabricated first. So I don't see any problem with it being out of thin air because ultimately we're not just improving something, we're building it from scratch. And that always starts with resource gathering the recipe items that go into making that. So yes, the fabricator should be able to create something from thin air. We shouldn't have to have a weapon there. That is involving in upgrading. Upgrading is where you already have a weapon, and then you take that and you make it better. So yes, we should be able to create something out of thin air, because that's how things are created, essentially. I don't mean like poof, I just mean, you know, we have to have something like a material that we chip away at. But I would like to see a skill element to it where you've got to manage certain parts of it, but I don't know if that's going to happen. You know, like making sure that the heat transfer is working to get this element to bind to this element to then... I would love it to be more hands-on like that, and there's no reason why they couldn't do that in the future, but if we're just using a simple fabricator to put it into and then there it is, after a certain amount of time, it is a bit dull. The Daymar rally is not until next... oh yeah, thank you, Sandman. But weapons have manufacturers. Yeah, you know, when they first said about building a, being able to craft ships, which obviously was a new premise, that was never meant to be the case, I was a bit like, that doesn't make logical sense to me. I can't just suddenly go and, you know, put together a Land Rover and be like, here you go, I've just made a Land Rover, because Land Rover will be like, no, you didn't, mate. Here's, you know, here's a lawsuit. But with it being a game, I kind of get that they want it to be, they want that deep player economy as well, and that sort of Star Wars Galaxy feel, I assume. So I'm not opposed to it, but I was a bit like, it doesn't really make sense. And shops wouldn't become useless because that's where players can go and buy things from, but then if you want to go and get a better version of that, you can go and get it elsewhere, or you can build, you know, craft your own. There's always going to be a use for shops, because not everyone will go and deal with a player or a player shop. They will be at a landing zone and want to, you know, get something there. I think there's no reason why we can't have all of it. It just, as we will find out as time goes on, getting a, like, making it make sense to the world. Like you say, like, if you go to a shop, you're going to get a worse version than what you could get if you went and bought it from, you know, a crafter who made the better one. But then you're paying extra for that, right? There's no reason why you can't buy one and then upgrade it. So welcome. You want to tame animals? Yeah, I think that'll be an option. Depends on the animal, of course, but pets are a stretch goal. Pets are a thing. Can you share your HOTAS setup with your sons without going through each setting? Yes, you should be able to export it and then send that file to them, where they can then put that keybinds file into their own files, and then you choose that from the drop down. Yo, Vinny, how you doing? As a fan of the Cutlass Black, I cannot wait to craft a lower quality version, and I'm not even joking. But I think generally by crafting... Well, actually, yeah. I think that's where the skill is essentially... I'm hoping there is some skill involved with this, where if, you know, generally, ones bought from the shop, I think should be more like mid-range, average quality. You could end up making worse quality if you don't get the right materials, but you can obviously make a better quality thing. That sounds more like the sort of direction they're wanting to take it into. But yeah, if you only have... Like, for example, you could be living off-grid and you want to build a cutlass, and the only gear that you can get hold of is low-quality gear, but you still want that cutlass. You could get it and then, over time, upgrade it, but it would originally be a lower quality than, you know, what you could have got from someone else, or if you had the better quality gear, or you could have bought from a shop. I think right now we're basing all of our opinions and, you know, speculating based on just things that we've heard, rather than how the system is actually going to function, because they haven't told us everything yet. they will make it make sense eventually. It's just got to come in first for testing and then be built upon and then expand in and so forth. And yeah, they won't make it so that it doesn't have a purpose or is useless. There needs to be just a lot of variety to it so that we're figuring that out and, you know, getting better at it. But skill base should always be the way. I prefer that over anything else. I'd like to see a system where when we buy a blueprint from Bering and credits are an ingredient for the craft as a commission to them. Maybe. Welcome, Chris. I think once you get the blueprint, however you go about doing it, it could be something that you've earned. You know, you might earn enough rep to buy the blueprint, and then you buy the blueprint because you've grinded the rep for Bering. I think then having to pay a commission would feel a bit like, this is annoying. I think it's more a case of you've earned the respect and the unlock to get that, so you can now buy that, or you know, here is this blueprint. Yeah, I mean, the material quality is absolutely a thing. If that was in Star Wars Galaxy, I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they got their inspiration for it from. Hook, how you doing? Aramok, welcome. Hopefully within the next hour. How far is Earth from Stanton? So Earth is in the Sol Nexus. Or is it Earth Nexus? And then you've got the Terra Nexus. Right now, all of the systems being built are around the Terra Nexus, which sort of is around Sol. I can't remember correctly, but you've got like Terra, Stanton, and then maybe 2 or 3 other systems before you get to the... what's it called? Who's the guy that first discovered a system? Duh. Or nah. What was the first system discovered again? Ace, how you doing? Someone tell me. Boreas, welcome. Come on, APOC. First system to be discovered, named after the guy, not Cathcart. Or, someone will get there. No, not Hathor. Not Jiat. No, don't. It's the name of a system. No, not the dirt. All right, I'll check it myself. No. Someone must know. Come on. System. Is it not Davian? Croshaw. Nick Croshaw. Thank you. So, I don't know how many... In fact, I've got a picture of the essential map. Nick Croshaw was the first one to discover a system back in like 22-something, and that's where the sort of expansion came from, was this. Oh my god, there's more systems. Let's go and look. And right now, most of it's being built out of the Terra Nexus. And then I think there's like 3 or 4 systems before you get to the Croshaw system. And then it connects to Earth, because from Earth, Croshaw was first discovered. I did actually spend a lot of time with each jump point putting together a timeline. I don't know how my phone works, though. Map. Ah, there it is. Okay, so Terra in the Terra Nexus, connected to Stanton, connected to Magnus, Ellis, Killian, and then Davian, and then that might connect to Croshaw. It connects to Sol and Ferron. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little while before we see Earth, but thankfully with Genesis, they take the time to build the biomes and they can generate a pretty decent Earth planet, right? But yeah, right now we've got Terra... Well, we don't, but we'll have 1.0, we'll have Terra Stanton. Eventually we'll have Magnus, that's where Drake's built, I think, isn't it? And then Ellis. Ellis is a huge system. It's got like 14, 13 planets. It's also where the Murray Cup is held. Then you've got Killian, Davian, and then Sol. As it stands today, they could, you know, do all sorts of changes to this sort of stuff. Keith Odin. State, how you doing? Ray-Bans, welcome. Yeah, server maintenance right now, VLAW, welcome. No, the Odin system wasn't first. Let me try and read the timeline to you. Hang on. So this is as I've spent time working it out. So here it is. So it starts with Croshaw, Rita. Croshaw was 22.71. Rita was 22.47. I don't mean Rita from the local corner shop, you know. Null, Fora, Banshee, Nemo, Vega, Cathcart, Bremen, Nexus, Coral, Ferren, Cano, Ellis, Min, Tanga, Tyrannus, Orentani, and then, you know, you've got all the Xi'an ones anyway. But Idris, Helios, Hadrian, Keel, Indra, Horus, Hades, Odin, Gerzel, Elysium, Goss, Oya. Oh, that's Xi'an. Lair, Toho. You know, Stanton isn't until much, much later on. Stanton's quite a relatively new system. But yeah, I spent a long time sort of categorizing it because the dates didn't really make sense to me, so I had to try and sound it out. Yo, Yeti, how you doing? Yeah, the Hades system. There's got to be more to it than that. There were spacefarers with the Hadashians, so even if they blew up their planet, that doesn't mean they wouldn't be able to survive to some degree. It depends on how, you know, other planets they may have terraformed or went. There's a lot of game loops missing, yeah. At the moment there is. Where is Wardo? How you doing? Super beautiful, yeah. This, you know, Genesis is somewhat... There's so many game systems and mechanics and professions that are missing because we're needing systems like Genesis, scanning, radars, and other things to make them possible, you know? I think it's time for another coffee. We'll have to take the Org on holiday to Goss, though. It's supposed to be really nice over there. Quite pretty. Although I don't think Earthlock would care too much for that. I think we would prefer to go somewhere where there's going to be something interesting in action. I'd love to do some archaeological digs at in Hades, and there was another one where there's lots of caches found, and you're not really allowed to go down there without actual permission. Usually it's all the universities of Rita that allow you to head down there, but yeah. What kind of coffee? It's Malosio. I think it's the decaf on this one, but it's an espresso virtuo thing. Centuri, Seas of Liquid Metal. That would be cool. Cloud Bear, welcome. FPS nerd. It's not longer than normal. I mean, it's going on generally a bit longer. Usually it lasts around 3 to 4 hours on average. This is the same amount of time. Oh no, Sol, Earth, and all that is one of the systems that we will get to visit. The last thing we sort of heard about it was that they, you know, all the systems they build now, like they don't want to start with Sol. They want to build all these systems and flesh out their biome assets, so that when it comes to using all these other systems, so that when it comes to creating Sol on Earth, for example, more than anything, they have enough to make it look real. Obviously, 900 years in the future, there could be some differences there where things have changed, you know, due to famine, war, or just overpopulation and so forth. But we'll see what most of the lore will get retconned. Most of the things that we have read or heard about systems were established or written when we didn't have procedural planets. Now we do, so it needs to be somewhat changed. Not everything, but I think the majority will. A holiday touring business in your Starliner, E1 and Phoenix in Goss. Well, maybe we'll hire you for that, Solomon. You know, we'll give the Org a break. We'll come to Goss, and you guys can give us all a tour. Oh, I haven't got any water. Let me go get some water. Hang on. Bottle of water. I'm thirsty. yeah, I have been a lore buff for so long, and it is frustrating when things change because, again, you've learnt it, and it changes, but I completely get if they didn't change these planets, especially the first 5. If we got the first 5 systems and they didn't change a thing, people would complain that there wasn't anything to do on the planets because they're barren and they're toxic and whatnot. It's like, you know, some exceptions need to be made there in order to bring the gameplay we want. Oh. Yeah, Earth is the hardest system to make because we all know it. We all know the range of biomes that are here. Yo, Psycho Tai, what is my thoughts on dying? What kind of penalties should be applied? That's a deep question. I'm a fan of the original Death of a Spaceman plan. That was one of the main reasons why I was excited for Star Citizen, for that sake of, you know, your life means something. Not necessarily because, like right now, and this is the only way we can kind of think of it right now because it's what we're used to, is how often we die. The idea of Death of a Spaceman is like, holy Christ, I do not want that because we die every second. But once all the bugs are sorted and you don't die every second, there is definitely a lot more that can be explored with how the Death of a Spaceman works and the punishments and penalties and things. And it does need to have some severity to it to encourage people to slow down and to not just go mindlessly running into a firefight, recognizing a battle that you can't win and, you know, deciding against it. Der Bommel, how you doing? But what those punishments are and should be, I don't really know just yet. I think there's a lot that can be explored, and I think with regen stuff, as much as I'm a bit like, it's a bit of a weird one, it kind of brings the best of both worlds where you know, nothing's too severe, but it's severe enough to not want to die, with degradation and so forth. And then obviously when you do pass on and you pass it to your next of kin, certain things like reputation will have gone and a financial hit and so forth. I honestly don't know what the right answer is. I think there is so much that they could do that could work, but I do think it needs to be somewhat punishing to direct people in a way of playing Star Citizen that is not like most games, if that makes sense. Yo, Phantom Killer, how you doing? Just hope that to see more PvE systems slap hard. Doubt Nyx will be out next year, but still, fingers crossed. You doubt Nyx will be out next year? What do you mean it's coming this year? We're getting next month. We're getting essentially the Nyx system without planets, and over the course of next year, they're gonna put more content and more locations and planets and things into the verse. So we're gonna see Nyx come in November, but yeah, only Levski, the Glacium Ring, the Kiga Belt, the new mission. In fact, today we will learn more about what is actually coming with 4.4 because they're putting the roadmap up today, which, you know, that will give us our best understanding of what to kind of expect. But yeah, then next year it's kind of fleshing out the Nyx system so that we have a lot of content and a lot of things and places to go, including planets. Oh my lord, I'm gonna freak when Genesis comes along. I think going, you know, when the Nyx hits the PTU, I think we should certainly get in there on the streams and start checking it out. I don't want to burn out on it, and I don't want to just overcommit to it for the sake of not having anything to explore when it does go live. But I think as an org, getting in and checking it out together will be cool on the PTU for those who want to, while, you know, throughout the week still having a stream, at least one, dedicated to org live events. If I were to join your org, do you think you guys would be interested in participating in in-game box melee tournaments? Oh, boxing melee tournaments. As in hand-to-hand? Maybe. There is obviously a lot of stuff that we do get up to now, but I'm sure I'm not the only one, and you're not the only one who enjoys the whole org fisticuff stuff, or, in-game fighting. Well, in a boxing ring down in the prisons. Do you think they will update the older planets as soon as we get Nyx? I don't know. I honestly don't know what their plan is. So, all they've said is, next year, Nyx 1 will essentially be, they'll flesh out Nyx with its planets next year. I don't know if it's going to be, here's Nyx 1, and then a later down the line patch 2 and 3, or 3 and 2, or whatever. And then after that, they will then go back and start doing the rest, Stanton and Terra. It sounds like that's the plan. But there's also Castra to build. Whether we'll see a part of that this year, like I said in the video, is it going to be like they're doing with Nyx, where they bring us Castra without planets and then flesh them out 2027? Or is it going to be, here's the majority of Castra in 2027 with all the planets? They could change it up. Like, even if they told us today what their plan is, by the time it comes to bringing it out, it could change. So my guess with that whole thing is Nyx 1 first, hopefully early next year, and then Nyx 2 and 3 either together or later, throughout the year, and then towards the end of the year go back and bring all of Pyro or all of Stanton. There's a lot of planets, and I think Nyx is the first sort of testbed for Genesis. There's so many questions that I have for Genesis, if they will answer, about how quickly they can generate a planet like Nyx versus a gas giant versus a toxic wasteland, and then how fast can they go back over these old planets? Because, Stanton and Nyx, there's a lot of planets there. There's like 20-odd planets and moons, so there's a lot to do. Yo, Payne, how you doing? It is a cool little ship, is the Golem. John, welcome. Noticed you said you're going to do some salvage. Are you just going to store it till after the fix? No, we're going to be going in once the fix is done, which means there will be nothing to salvage. But what we're doing now is we're before the next event, we're going to basically bring our Org Idris into the verse and salvage that, because we need to claim it. Deacon's going to rename it from being the MRSS Revenant to something else. And then we're going to salvage it and just test the salvaging things, but that will be post-maintenance, right, once it's finished. I don't know, Scented Soap. I'm sorry, mate. I really wish I could do more camping videos. Now we're getting into winter, though, I will certainly start doing more of that. So, yeah, we'll see. Welcome, by the way. Oh, yeah, Gene. Gene is our divisional lead for, I suppose, is it just racing or is it sports in general? So if you join the org and you want to do boxing and things, run it by Gene. And Gene's obviously very busy right now with the Daymar rally planning and prep, so I don't know how much time you have spare, Gene, to sort of sort stuff like that out, but I'm sure between us all we can maybe come up with some fun boxing things. I think as well, like melee combat, like fisticuffs, that is something that will evolve over time. I don't know how close it is to final for, what they need for Squadron. There's probably more they want to do. Racing boxing. Yeah, I'm up for it. It'll be a fun little thing to do. Yeah, I did as well, Corandus. That's what threw me at first. When they said box, when Yeti said box melee tournament, I was thinking like, do you mean what Binks does, where he sort of throws boxes around at you? Yeah, nothing to salvage. It's because CIG know that when we're doing a flipping salvaging org event, they're like, okay, let's do maintenance then. Samson Glass, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome. Yes, mate, absolutely. So, exclamation org, thank you, Phantom. Exclamation Discord, you are more than welcome to join in. I cannot thank my org members enough for what they do in the org. There is, each and every one of you do so much. The divisional leads, Deacon, EXO, we've got, APOC, everyone is so involved, and you are just a blessing for the org. It is exactly how I have envisioned the org working from the day I put it together, and the fact that you lot are there making it happen is so heartwarming. It really is. I mean, I can't do all of that stuff. A, I don't know how. B, I haven't got the time. And C, I don't know how. So, yeah, I really appreciate it. Yeah, Skynail. We have a lot of members from Europe, America, all over the place. And generally, there is always someone on. I think we do have certain downtimes where it's a little less busy. But as time goes on, more people join, around the clock. More people play. Then there is generally always someone on. Even just for the rescue, right? With the whole issue with medical beacons, we have a rescue channel where if you are stranded and you need help, you just put in a rescue request and someone is generally on quickly to come and help. No pilot seat. Oh, man. Yeah, chalk it up. That's another one. Oh, boy. The bugs are so funny. Not like funny haha when you're going through it, but when you look back and you think, what was that about? No, nothing's cooking, Lucius. It's just, I mean, there's probably going to be some decent fixes on there outside of what they've already told us, but I don't think there's anything, like, sneaky coming. Alaska thinks maybe 1.0, but, who knows? Oh, yeah, do you know, actually, I don't know if you heard me talking about that or if that was your own concoction, but the belly of the Reclaimer with that gangway, when I always envisioned that as being a bit of a boxing area where you can, place bets as such and look down on people fighting. Yeah, that's the thing, Dino. Permadeath would be great in terms of what it encourages, but in reality, in a game, it can just get a bit shit. So I understand why they've not been super severe with it, but there's still a lot more they want to do with the whole death of a spaceman, of course, and we don't have it yet. We don't have rep, we don't have all sorts of stuff. Insurance, timers, and values are going to go up. Angry Onion, welcome back. This is Jet and Onion. Oh, are you... Okay, so you're on one account right now. You're doing some cooking this morning, but you're listening. What you cooking? Don't burn yourselves. Pay attention to your food. Fish, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, it's really appreciative to see the org members just rushing to people's aid, Timothy Dexter, how you doing? A casino. Well, if you go to Grim Hex, there is a betting area where the racetrack is, and that was supposed to be a betting place from a long time ago, and it's not really surfaced yet, but it is a plan. 30 people watching the Reclaimer fight. Nice. Gene, if you want to set that up, mate, I am all for it. Absolutely. Yeah, the ironclad. You could have, like, loads of boxes laid around, and it's like a kind of like a mini Hunger Games. Sure thing, Boomer. You have a good day, my friend. We'll catch you next time. Yeah, engineering in 4.0. Well, actually, welcome, Brad. The whole, like, road to 4.0, when they started reeling off all these things, like engineering on the road to... It was like, oh, nice. Engineering in 4.0. And then it was like, oh, actually, they didn't mean it was coming in 4.0. I mean, it technically is, but not the 4.0 patch. Saying that, I'm glad it didn't, because it would have been an absolute mess along with all the server meshing stuff. Slot machines and blackjack. I would love to see more of a futuristic version of those. Yeah, nice one, Yeti. Speak to... When you get in, so if you're joining the org, exclamation Discord as well, join the Discord. That's where we do all the org planning. Go to roles request once you've joined. Show us that you are a member. Because there's 3 of us that accept people, and one of us might miss it, so we just make sure that people are presenting that they are actually in the org. And then you can choose to sign up to whichever division you want to be a part of. We have divisions for everything. Mining, salvaging, security, so forth. And you can be a member of all of them. You can be a member of one of them. It's up to you. But yeah, joining the conversations, joining on the events. We generally have a roster where you can fill a role if you want to be that ground FPS, dogfighter, turret gunner, put me where you want me kind of option. And yeah, speak to Gene about it. So we can set up this whole... It could just be a nice little fun thing to do, just to kind of take a break from the big organizations or organizing of the huge events. G-Sharp, welcome. A little boxing tournament, though. It was ruined by a specific... Oh, what? They actually griefed you in the actual boxing event? Oh, my lord. As in, they shot your ship. Not they didn't join in and start griefing you inside. 2 Reclaimers boxing. Be more like 2 Xenomorphs. Yes, they do, don't they, in the Crusader platforms? We could do it there as well. Oh, there's plenty of options. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you dealing with all like the bank details of the org deek and all the planning, and then you offload that to someone. It's like, holy moly. Do you guys do events? Oh, events during... yes. Yeah, most of the time they're around 2 p.m. Majority of that is because I stream at 2 p.m, so they're often during the stream. Dark, our FPS, Space Marines lead, is in Texas, and his time frame is usually 2 p.m, which I unfortunately can't make to. But then there are others who are in the EU, in the UK, who set up evening events, like Mighty, our Squadron lead, flights lead. He often sets up events where we're practicing things on an evening, my time. It's, there will be a lot more. It'll chop and change as time goes on and as we sort of set up more events and so forth. So just keep an eye out for it, Moratil, thank you for the follow. How much longer do you think Discord will be required? I don't know. I'm hoping, with all the social updates they want to do, I'm hoping next year we can start seeing it transition to Spectrum, where it's all handled in-game, because it will be so much more use, where you can have an app, you can be in-game or out of game and use it. It'll have, it really depends on just when Spectrum and Star Citizen's own version outperforms Discord. Then we'll transition. But until that point, APOC has spent a lot of time and effort on the SMB Discord, and it suits us to the ground right now. So we'll stick to that for now. What's that about GameGlass? Yes, Seymour, it's still down, mate, from what I understand. Adam Knuckles, welcome. Oh, one had infiltrated. Oh, man, they got such lengths, don't they? Oh, North Carolina, are you? Oh, fair enough. But yeah, you do your events at 2 p.m. There's plenty of people around at that time. There'll be other events going on as well. Have you got, oh, do you want to share that video that you made? Because if you want to, if being a part of the org, you can use the... I don't even think you need to be a part of the org, to be fair, but Deacon has put together a lot of, if I showed it off in the video today, a lot of GameGlass shards for all the different manufacturers in-game. Even for the Drake shard, there is a fake crack on the screen. Which is just so cool. Hang on, let me... Oh, no, that one doesn't work. You're in the edit bit there of your dashboard. You need to just go and find the actual, thingy video. Do you know what I mean? Just link your YouTube and I'll be able to... It'll be on there, won't it? Is that it? Thank you. Yeah, so here you go. Look, these are the shards that he has put together. Hang on. So, a lot of them are very similar in terms of layout, but with different styling and colours. So Aegis, and look, wait for the Drake one. It is classic. Oh, we do need a Greys one. Sorry, Deacon, you're not finished yet, mate. Look at that for Drake. Brilliant. And as you can see, you've got all these things like power management, your weapon shields. You got ATC to call your hangar, to call cargo for docking. Duck cam? Oh, dock cam, okay. Switch between MFDs, all your different MFD selects, your turrets. So cool. Yeah, I mean, Deacon has spent a long time putting these together. And all the codes, if you go on my Discord and go down to GameGlass, you can see all the codes down there. He's selected them all out. Just unbelievable stuff. You've even worked on a different one, haven't you? Also, do note, up here, so one really cool thing, which you actually didn't show off on this one, but you've got Cornerstone, Urkel, and Trade Tools, which is the websites, those third-party websites, where you can press that and it'll take you to Cornerstone, it'll take you to Urkel, it'll take you to Trade Tools, and then you can go back, which is just a great addition. Or you can go into the Aegis one, which is the official one. And there it is. And there's Drake as well, but there's, yeah, pretty darn cool, that. All courtesy of Deacon. Thank you, my friend. You're very active as a medic, but like you say, is dead now. Can I be a full-time medic and park waiting for a call? Yeah, well, actually, we do have a medical division, and there are people on there. If you want to literally hang around and wait for that kind of thing, then we are more than happy for that. And there's plenty to get on with right now with medic. There's a lot of situations where we need medics to come out. We need medics in our medical rooms to make sure that they're monitoring numbers of, value, what do you call it, Medigel things. So yeah, absolutely. The hotfix stuff is... So the hotfix stuff has been up for a while, hasn't it? That's been the hotfix tests. They're now migrating that into the PU, aren't they? Isn't that what they're doing right now with this maintenance? Or have they just put out a new hotfix? Maybe it's just a new hotfix on a separate channel. I thought they were bringing them together now. Yo, Laugh-Out, how you doing? Oh, is it on one shot? I actually don't know, Jan. I don't know enough. I haven't had the time or the knowledge or the skills to really look into how it all works. But thankfully, Deacon has figured it all out and put them all together. It might be one shard. Because you can actually use GameGlass for free. I think you get up to two free shards. But then if you want anything else beyond 2, or if you want the Drake shard, the official Drake shard, for example, you have to get either like a monthly, an annual, or a lifetime pass. But yeah, right now it is 20% off using the link, so it's like the best. But I can get you 15% off normally. They're doing a 20% deal now. Plus, it does support me, so if you are getting it, it is appreciated. But you don't have to pay for it. You can get sort of the bare bones version of it. Chaotic, how you doing? Yeah, except for the Drake one, intentionally, I suppose. So yeah, hotfix is the old patch that's now being migrated over to live. So hotfix channel will go once this maintenance is over, and it will all be it'll all be on live. Oh, so each manufacturer has a separate shard. Yeah, thank you, Deacon. So if you have the free GameGlass thing, you'll only be able to choose 2 shards. You can like get rid of one and get a different one, but if you wanted them all, you would have to pay for it. Well, refueling and StarWear next year, they did say they're working on mining missions, salvaging missions, and refueling missions. So hopefully we will see some fixes coming for the StarWear. Not just, I mean, the ship itself needs a big reboot, but mission-wise as well. Because the actual refueling process, I don't know if refueling still bugs out people's bed logging ability. I think it does. So I would be cautious of doing it. But the actual process of refueling is really interesting. I don't know if many people know this about refueling with the StarWear, where you have to manage so you choose what fuel you want to put into the ship. The ship docks with the nozzle physically. If you're the person wanting fuel, you say how much you want based on the price that the StarWear owner has allocated for that fuel. And then when they buy that, it gets sort of put in escrow. You then have to choose the right tank with the fuel in. You then open up the nozzle. You then put the pressure in there. The faster you go, the quicker it could load up, but you could overfill or it could, spill out and you would lose fuel. So there's no point in speeding it up unless you're in a real hurry. And then you just make sure they're refueled, and then when it's all done, you disconnect, you detach, and the money gets exchanged, and you've got the fuel. If it works. I don't know if it does. But refueling is such a cool mechanic. And I would love to see it get some more treatment because it is... Oh, they're live! Woohoo! Flipping heck. Don't really give us much time, does it? And I've got to download the patch. I wanted to wait and just to make sure, so I didn't have to redo everything. Alright, the game is live, everybody. You can all go back in. See you later. 6,000 Q. I never thought of that. Just get in it. And, yeah, it'll hopefully... Oh, I don't even know if we're getting in today, you know, thinking about it. I forgot all about that Q thing. Let me just get updating. Oh, hotfix is still there by the looks of things, but hopefully it won't take long. It was nice seeing you all. Do we have an information on the actual fixes exactly? Have they posted that anywhere? Let's have a look. I don't think they have yet. Do they always say to properly store ships and equipment before? Yes, essentially. I mean, they don't necessarily say it, but we do because Cyborg, welcome. It's the best case scenario for, or the best possible chance of not losing stuff. It doesn't mean it is, you know, flawless. It is just better than leaving it lying around. Although, I had 2 NDBs on my Hornet in my hangar, and I had 2 bomb racks on the floor in my hangar. And the bomb rack survived, but the NDBs didn't, so I don't even really know if it makes any difference at all. Shiro, how you doing? Yeah, well, the refueling and rearming in the Idris coming mid-next year is... Well, I don't know if that's coming mid-next year. The strike teams are coming next year, mid-next year. It could come a little earlier. That's just using your MobiGlass and doing it as you do it now. That's not really, like, the physical side of things, which is a big win in itself, being able to use the capital ship for that, but... Yeah, it would be nice to have that, because eventually you're going to have a physical hose that you pick up on the ground and plug into your ship or vehicle, and then, you know, refuel it that way. So, data pads not spawning for find operative missions, inability to sell at the commodity terminals, HUD and mission items inconsistencies for Wicklow. Because they did say and more. Have they actually got... Is that the latest thing that they've stated, APOC, or was that the previous, you know, before the hotfix came out? That's the latest, thank you. Yeah, nothing should be wiped or lost. It's just a hotfix. Still getting a 60,000 error. Are they not live yet? Oh, okay. Still shows under maintenance. It does show under maintenance. Has anyone actually managed to get in? Someone was saying there's like a 6,000 queue though, so I don't know. Rockers, how you doing? I'm a rocker. I'm a roller too, baby. Hawk, welcome. Ethan. Providing rearm and refuel services on next... Well, yeah, that's true. We could supply that for other people. That might be a cool one to do. So it's not live yet. Nothing official on IAE yet, no. Oh, maybe it's not live yet. Yeah, nothing should be lost. Logs in, everything's gone. Flood, how you doing? No, no indication for 4.4 going live. I think they said in the latest This Week in Star Citizen. Let me just have a look. So the roadmap's coming out tonight, which will tell us what's essentially coming or planned for 4.4. And I think in the This Week in Star Citizen, let me have another read. Said something about it coming soon. I think is the best we've got for that. Yeah, expected to reach Evocati soon. That's all it says. So, preparing for upcoming events, while 4.3.2 is preparing for upcoming events, and the release of 4.4.0, which is expected to reach Evocati soon. Which, you know, technically means nothing right now. Yo, Sage, it's Evan, welcome. We can still work with just MOBIGLASS interface. We have turrets on the Idris. Anyone coming in that hasn't been granted permission to approach by paying appropriate fees gets a couple of shots. Oh yeah, it's definitely a big win getting that option to refuel and rearm in the Idris or whatever appropriate hangar. Absolutely. But yeah, I am looking forward to the days when it's all physical and we're like moving stuff around. Horizon, Air 7. All right, everybody, come back, false alarm. No one seems to be getting in yet. You can come back again. Rome, oh Charlie, welcome. Sentinel, welcome. Thank you for the follows, guys. Missed those ones, apologies. Travis snaps, Air 7. Yo, Spooky. What's this? This is the Old Man Colton. Oh no, this is the holiday special teaser from. I mean, when was this? I mean, the game looks so much better than this now. 7 years ago, flipping heck. When you see the models, the character models now compared to then, oh, so much better. Welcome, by the way, Spooky. Oldman Coltron. I am Coltron. Yeah, Oldman. Yeah, I know where you're going with that. We're. I'm just downloading the patch, so it's. I mean, 7 years ago, this was in 4K apparently. I'm downloading the patch. There's nothing I can do about this right now. It's not even letting me change the resolution. Maybe if I F5 it. And just stick with... Just go 1080p for now. Let's not push it, you know. This is still 2025. The internet hasn't quite caught up with what we all need. No, they don't seem to be up. Almost typed your email pin. Yeah, don't do that. Thankfully, no one's ever done that yet. So it was a false alarm. It's not there yet. How many Starfarers would it take to refuel one Idris? I would assume one. I don't think it's... I think, essentially, the idea being is that a Starfarer is a dedicated, large refueling ship. So it should be able to cater for a large ship, like an Idris. And then it scales down from there. Unless they have a plan to have, like, some huge, much bigger refueling ship. Waco shot the gun too early. Who's Waco? Extended for 3 hours, yeah. You went to launch Star Citizen, but misclicked and launched Starfield. Oh, the pain. Oh no. Looks nominal to you. Everything this year. Yeah, it's just kind of how it goes. Space Potato is quite large. What's that? As in the Starfarer. You'd have to have your smart card. Oh, okay. Well, if you send that via the post and then accidentally put your email pin, I don't know what I would do with it because I'm not that talented. Imagine we come back in and Nix is just there. Could you imagine? Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, already Alaska's like, it's a 1.0 sneak drop. I know you're all kidding, though. Would you prefer refuel at pad hangars be physicalized, like using a hose, or magical like we have now? Oh, definitely using a hose. I mean, that's the direction they're going in. If you look at the ships recently, I mean, at the end of the day, when you go to a landing pad, it'll be a case of NPCs coming out and doing it, right? Rather than it just this magical thing. But that's the direction they're planning to take, because a lot of the ships that we have now have those physical refueling ports. You have the nozzle option with the Starfarer, but you also have physical refueling ports on a lot of the ships at the sides, and it will be using hoses eventually. A Nick's Gate tease. You accidentally logged into WoW for 5 hours, and 5 hours later I'm ready to play Star Citizen. But Star Citizen isn't ready for you, I'm afraid. A new jump point just to get to Nick's from Stanton. Yeah, no, that's quite kind. So at 20 to 4, so hang on, wait, at 20 to 4, they said the team has identified a need for additional updates. This maintenance window is being extended by 3 hours to address these needs. Oh, you weren't joking. Oh, shit. Oh, well. No salvaging today. Sorry, Wikipedia. I see. So it's not going to go live until this evening. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I would rather they just take the time now and do more than do another maintenance window in tomorrow or whatever. So yeah, fine, get it gone, get those things gone. Alec, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Flipping another 3 hours though. That's kind of like a miscalculation, but it is what it is. If it needs doing, get it done. Let's make 432 work, because if it isn't, it's not worth playing. I mean, Nick's necessarily is, its main purpose isn't necessarily for mining, but it is certainly going to be a miner's paradise. The lore will sort of be reshifted around a little bit, but yeah, it's a place that has places to mine. Both belts. Planet side, I'm sure there'll be interesting things with the new Genesis stuff. I am excited to see if they take the time to do anything beyond what we have in terms of beyond what we know with mining. Like, are they going to bring veins, canyons where you can, abseil eventually, that kind of stuff? There's so much they could do, and I hope Genesis is kind of future-proofed for that stuff. Yeah, they wiped all the ships. They've got to be fixed. Any shot what they identified? No idea. So they identified, what did they say? We identified a need for additional updates. I don't know if that's necessarily other things that they spotted, or if it's more to do with what they're already planning to fix. Like, is it something else that needed fixing with Wicklow? Is it something else that needed fixing with the datapad stuff? Or is it a completely different problem that they've identified and want to fix? Alec, another 3 hours, mate. They just posted that they've identified more issues, so it's the maintenance window is going to last an additional 3 hours. F Wicklow, nobody likes him. He's seen a lot of hate since he came along. Sorry, Alec. It's yeah. I was all ready to fire up, so let me just take that salvaging away. Hang on. Don't want people being like, you're clickbaiting. Talking 4-4 in 2026. And chill. We do multiple things. I don't know if I can change the title on YouTube. Yes, I can. There we go. So we ain't going to be salvaging today, I'm afraid. At least I've updated the game. But it's, yeah, still in the maintenance. It was on the status page, not the, what do you call it? It's Whacker. Whacker coming out with a bomb. The S word. We said the S word. Hey. Gotta go play Star Wars Galaxies emulated. Very nice. Why not? What do I think about the ship? I'm not a huge fan of the ship. It's not like a ship that I really want to own, but I love more about what it means in terms of more, what do they call those? Chop shop ships that are, collectible and only found in certain places that you have to go and get them. I really like that idea. Although saying that, with crafting, there's probably going to be no reason to travel outside of the crafter traveling to get the blueprint to then craft that item. Although saying that, the resources might only be available in the location where the blueprint was found. Like, for example, the Shiv. Let's say it's a Nyx-specific ship. This is all just guesswork, but let's say, or an example, let's say it's a Nyx-specific ship, that in order to buy the ship from Grey, you have to go to Nyx to get that. But if you do jobs for him, he might give you the blueprint, and then you can go and craft it yourself, but it might require certain materials that are only found in the Nyx system that will need to be collected in the Nyx system and brought over to be refined or whatever. So still warranting a reason to travel, but if you don't want to travel, you could just go to a trader who might be in Stanton selling the Shiv, and you can pay him for it. There may be a premium to that, but it means you don't have to travel. But the idea was that you travel around to get certain things that are only specific in certain areas. Commander Rebel, how you doing? No, another 3 hours, I'm afraid, mate. You have pledged 2 different cutlets and never enjoyed them. I have had the Shiv for a week and I love it. I don't know why, but I do. Because it's got a potty. Must be. Yeah, base building's going to be nice. I certainly expect to start seeing it roll out next year in terms of its... what's the Murray Cup advert? In terms of its gameplay. You know, once we get Genesis... we could start seeing the initial, you know, start of that. I don't think we'll see base building on the old planets. I mean, they did say, Chris did say, someone did say that base building will come when Nyx comes, because they see that as the frontier planet. Whether they had a plan for the whole Genesis at that point, I mean, it was part of the you know, the work in progress, but I assume Genesis is set up for base building, and chances are it'll only come once we get Nyx 1, not necessarily as immediately that we get Nyx 1. It'll likely be a little bit after, potentially, but it could just be sort of a very basic system. But the thing to remember about the video, that 2026 video I put out as well, as I said at the end, I'm not saying all of that is coming in 2026. I'm saying there is a good potential that a lot of this can start rolling out in 2026. The biggest sort of slowdown factor would be that, you know, they would want to tech preview all this stuff. These game changer stuff especially. We already have a different group for the flight model. They want to tech preview crafting. They want to tech preview engineering. They wanted to do that before the end of the year. We still haven't got another tech preview test for Vulcan. So I think with all these other systems that they want to test, the real slowdown will be getting it on the tech preview and giving it that testing, enough testing, so that when they start rolling it into the PTU, it's ready. Also, I don't think they want to just do, like, here's one tech preview and another tech preview at the same time, because they don't want to split the player base so much that they can't get thorough testing. That is already a problem when you've got live PTU, ePTU, and tech preview. Not to mention how much better it is playing live. People don't want to play the PTU because they're having a good time in the live build. So I think that the biggest issue next year is just going to be there is so much ready to sort of start making its way out. As we know, I can think of like 4 things that are already at the sort of end process that are more getting, you know, downstream teams and tutorials set up for them, that as much as they may be at a point where in the past they would just put them into the PTU, they will probably want to tech preview them first to make sure that the actual live environment is not jeopardized. Another 3 hours, yeah. A new intro, new player vid. Oh, I'm sure someone's got one out there. Who does the best new player intro guide video? I mean, if you've got any questions, by all means ask away. But there's probably a good video out there that covers it all. Christopher Lloyd's birthday. How old is he? Great Scott! No, wait, that's not Christopher Lloyd. He's Saruman, isn't he? Saruman. I'm thinking of the wrong one. Morphologist, yeah, or Burks. If anyone's got any links, send them out there. Zero, how you doing? Loud Guns, okay. Oh, that is Christopher Lloyd. Oh, okay. Am I thinking of Christopher Lee? Great Scott, I should have just stuck with that then. What's that, Draco? Oh, the Whackers thing. Wacko. Where did you put it? In general chat. Thank you. Severeed. So... so it includes approximately 6 updates. Fix causing players to not be able to sell commodities at TDD locations. Issues missing courier mission data pads for the Frontier Fighter stuff. Issues for the Wicklow missing banners, HUD, and required mission item inconsistencies. That's 3. That's 3 or 4, isn't it? What? Where's your post? Is it in just general you've put it, Draco? Whereabouts? Oh, org general, sorry. So, what is it that you're saying has been posted there? Oh, absolutely, Lala. We have one of the most inviting communities. And as I say, if you've got any questions, if you need any help, just let us know. We will help. At the bottom of the picture, it is extended. I don't understand. Where it says about extending the hotfix in terms of timing. The org follows the CEO. Well, actually, I barely have anything to do with it, really. It's you lot that handle the org. I just show up. Thank you, Draco. What is this about? Just about them extending it? Yeah, okay, yeah. But yeah, we've explained all that, haven't we, I think. I pushed Gollum. How you doing? Which system do you think will come first after 1.0? That's a good question. It could be Magnus. It could be Magnus, for sure. Let me have a look. So, we've got Pyro, Castra. I mean, there's a lot of options, isn't there? Nyx. Could be Odin, to be fair, because Odin is a big part of Squadron 42, and it's probably well fleshed out. Nothing else really stands out to me as something that they would push for first, other than something like Magnus. Yeah, I think Magnus or Odin. I'm more inclined to think Odin just because it connects to Squadron, and it kind of keeps that, instead of it going sort of, you know, another one next to Terra or next to Stanton, sorry, you kind of keep going on a long line. How many systems are we getting? What, in terms of forever? Well, hopefully the 100 that they outlined, you know, back in the day when before it was all procedurally generated. Some of us think they won't, some of us think they will. I think it's their plan to eventually get to that point, but a lot of that is really just dependent on how fast Genesis and then future iterations of Genesis can allow them to build a planet, right? From nothing to something. The original plan was 100, with 10 of them being hidden for us to find. But that was when they were basically like Starfield. So I don't know. I think they will still aim for that 100, and if they can do it quickly, well, not quickly, but do it at a relatively decent speed, then they will certainly get there. But it is all a big question as to how fast can Genesis do this, and not just Genesis today, but you know, as technology scales, it'll probably increase in speed. The more it's this kind of thing where, you know, it builds one planet, then it builds another planet, and it gets better and better as they add more assets and more rule sets and things. But I guess, yeah, 1.0 is the starting point of it all, really, in terms of, like, here's the product. Star Citizen, here's Star Citizen. Let's flesh it out from here on. You wish they didn't bring the jump point from Stanton to Nyx? You would rather it was just you got to go through Pyro? I'm kind of glad they are doing, but yeah, I would personally prefer them to keep it more as a you got to pass through, because that would be like, right, we're fine traveling through Stanton, but when we get to Pyro, let's get an escort, get to Nyx, and then see how we go from there on. Are you going, Angry? No worries. You guys enjoy your dinner. If you haven't eaten already, you've probably eaten it already. Yeah, I mean, there's other systems that Squadron touches as well. I think there's like 5 systems and all that you sort of experience in Squadron. Some of them might be Vanduul or Vanduul front systems. I don't know if we got through to Vanduul. I'm assuming not with Chapter 1. Maybe that's more of a Chapter 2 or 3 thing where we take the fight to them. But yeah, I think they'll just take the route of, we have a lot of things from Squadron where we can just bring this out. Obviously, it's not the same for what Squadron needs versus the PU, but they will have already made a lot of progress, and it's probably cheaper and more economical for them to build the entire system as it would be for the PU to some degree, without points of interest, just planets and so forth, before rolling it out. Because I guess what will happen if you start flying off in a direction in Squadron, then you're not really allowed to because you're in the military. You will just be like, mission failed, you went AWOL, and you'll have to restart the checkpoint. You're a space pumpkin. I mean, technically, yeah, but it depends on how long the game lasts for, and how fast they can do it. Of course, there are, how fast can Genesis produce a planet? Once they get all of the rule sets working, where they can generate a planet and it has everything that it needs based on all the different rule sets that that planet requires, who knows how fast they can do it? We don't know. And until we know, even if we found out how long it will take them to create a planet for Nyx and so forth, that will incrementally increase. So, yeah, it could go either way. I personally think they will want to have them all eventually established. But Star Citizen's lifespan, I suspect, will be many decades. There's games like Eve that is already 20 years old, that was built 20 years ago, and people are still playing it. Star Citizen is being built with future-proofing in mind, and they're not going to make Star Citizen 2, they're just going to keep pummeling away at this. So there's absolutely no reason why we can't see Star Citizen lasting indefinitely, provided people are still playing it, right? No, that top-down view, Travis, was more talking about how, the tools that they use for generating things and for analyzing the terrain. That's the way that it's going to work for base building is similar in a way, but it's not that information. We are going to get a sort of topographical map that will show us areas and the information that is of that area, like what mineable, what resources are there, and how good's the soil, and all that will go into the value of that land. If you're in high sec, you'll have to pay for that land. If you're in null sec, that information's important and it won't cost you anything, but you'll have to protect yourself there. Yo, EGH, how you doing? Systems used to be the only space with some point of interest to interact with. Ever since we have 4 planets, the final number. I don't think it'll be much lower. It's just more, it'll take longer to come out. I don't think they may come around and say, right, we're scrapping all those planets and those systems. We're only going to achieve 20, 50, whatever. But I don't think they will. I think they will just stick with the ideal that they want to eventually get to 100 planets, 100 systems, and then keep producing them. Because you've got the Vanduul, the Banu Protectorate, the Xi'an Empire. There's the Katak at the other side of the Xi'an Empire. So there's a lot to go, but yeah, no one can really answer that yet. I don't even know if CIG are really thinking about that right now. They're just like, let's just get the tech that allows us to put out as many as we can, but still maintain that quality. How many server houses? None, because it's all cloud servers. Though it's more fun in the long run to have a way station system between Nyx and Stanton, it's not particularly helpful for testing. Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. This is the big thing about what we're playing now versus what the intention of Star Citizen is. And this is why a lot of the time we see new mechanics coming in, new professions or new updates where the price is elevated for us to test, to encourage us to test, to find the bugs and so forth. They want us to test Nyx. They don't want us to be like, there's still people who haven't gone to Pyro because it's seen as a pirate system. They don't want to engage in that, and that's fine. You don't have to, but it's not just bode well for testing. So having the quick access artificially for now, temporarily to get to Nyx does benefit, and that's the point, isn't it? Is we're testing all this. We're not playing it essentially because it's fun, really. Well, obviously we are, but we're testers, providing feedback and bug reports and data. Even if we're not actually actively putting out issue council reports, we're providing data as an individual that they can use, and that's an important thing to remind ourselves of. Do they plan to redo all planets in Genesis? Yes. Yeah. So what they'll do is start with Nyx. Then once they've done Nyx, they will go back over the other planets, and then it will be with Genesis. And I would expect as well that they will have a system that is future-proofed with Genesis. So if they wanted to add other things, it'll just go straight into Genesis and be added, and then be allocated to where they need to go. This is the stupidest trailer. Look at that. 30 odd minutes, 30 odd seconds before anything comes in. I'm an economy player, Alzanor. It is my opinion that Pyro makes no business sense. One attack can wipe out a lot of profit, making not worth the effort. As such, I will never enter Pyro until something changes. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with feeling that way about it, right? That's your choice to make that decision based on what you enjoy and what you don't enjoy. And it's good that people strongly decide to do that. What will be interesting is when we start seeing these resources that are necessary for crafting, necessary for building and other things that need to be obtained. That doesn't mean you have to be the one going through to get it. There will be plenty that will go through and do that and then bring it back, and you may have to pay more to get that stuff, but you're not risking yourself. Star Citizen isn't a one mechanic game, right? You can just focus on one, or you can do everything, and there will be someone to do something that you don't want to do. Like, that's why the multiplayer aspect of Star Citizen is so important. You don't have to be good at everything. You can specialize in one thing and be the best at that, and then have other people doing everything else. Levski is going to be crowded, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Rasak. Genesis is the tool. It's the umbrella name for a number of different technologies that are all part of that planet generation, and they can tie these systems into it for like farming and mining and points of interest and anything. NPCs deciding, who spawns where based on what they're wearing. Based on the region, the conditions of that location. So the animals and the NPCs that will spawn there, or the plants that will spawn there, will make sense based on the soil quality, the temperature, the food sources. The Fury is now easily fits in the Reclaimer elevator. Really? Okay. Yeah, I have been pirated in Pyro. I've been attacked in Pyro many times, but then I've gone through to Pyro many times. On average, I don't. I very rarely get attacked. But that's probably because I'm avoiding it and I'm not looking for it. But I am always on edge when I go in there. So it's a whole different ball game. From an economical standpoint, it absolutely is important. Because each new system brings its own resources, its own values, and, risk-reward gameplay. Obviously, somewhere like Pyro, the risk-reward is much higher. A lot of that is intended because it's it's all intended, but a lot of it is basically because not many people want to go through there and do the mining versus in Stanton. So those resources are harder to come by. And we will see a lot of different resources get added over time to flesh out the crafting thing. It isn't going to be simple like it is now, right? It's very dumbed down right now with resources in terms of what we have available. Like, CMC and RMC. They're just sort of two collective terms for a multitude of different things. Not to say they won't continue on, but there will be, we don't just get a box of construction materials. It's going to be individualized materials that can be, gathered and brought in. Yo, Chris, how you doing? Chronicles of Chris. Are you a goose? Feeling like a goose today? I am one of those don't go to pyro people. Welcome later. Like I say, there's nothing wrong with that at all. That's the thing. And it's... The game is made for everybody. Right now it's not, because there's only certain things that you can do. A lot of it is combat orientated and not everybody wants that. But the game is going to cater for everybody, regardless of what type of player you are or what you want to do. At this time, not so much. Pyro is ruled by people who have very poor economic and business sense. I mean, in law, not... Money the Merchant, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I need a pee. I can't believe 3 more hours of maintenance. There's no playing today at all. They better not do that for the trade meet. I don't want to, I don't want to jinx it or anything. That Genesis implementation of changing even the existing systems of Pyro and Stanton should result in a wipe. No. It shouldn't. Do you mean our own personal stuff? It shouldn't. Not at all. They're changing the planet tech. They're not adjusting our accounts or our LTP and things like that, you know? Thank you so much, Money. It is a pleasure to have you, my friend. Welcome. Right, let me go for a pee. Oh. You pretended to sleep. It's shower time for summer. She's discovered showers, so now she wants to have a shower instead of a bath, which is pretty cute. Yo, T-Shorts, how you doing? Yeah, fair enough. Look at us. At the end of the day, everyone has their own like what they want out of Star Citizen to play it more consistently. For me, I haven't played 432 since my first jump in because the datapads weren't there. I'm waiting for this window to finish before I start playing. So I'm hoping I'll be able to get on tonight, but we'll see. I blame you, Money. You show up. I disappear. Shake it more than twice, otherwise you're playing with it. Yes, another 3 hours there. They've extended it, mate. Do you think they'll fix the loot boxes not respawning with this maintenance round? Are loot boxes not respawning? I didn't know about that, but it could be one of the things that they're fixing. I don't know. But yeah, it's a shame it's been extended, but at the end of the day, if they found better stuff, then hopefully... Yes, they are, Eowyn. They're, So it's the trade... So far, all we know is it's the trade terminals not working, Wicklow being re-enabled and hopefully working, and the data pads not showing up for this whole Frontier Fighter stuff. What's my favourite game loop or activity? My favourite activity is being the CEO of an org, because you guys set everything up, I show up and see everyone doing something, and it's like, this is what Star Citizen is. Like, seeing crew doing something that is meaningful, you know, not just like messing about because there's nothing to do. They're actually like, oh, we're trying to, like watching Alaska go and try and fix the claw of a reclaimer because it got damaged. And, you know, people trading things on the Idris or heading out in geos, or who was it that we were... Oh, man, I can't remember who it was. It was a relatively new member of the org, but we did like a mining op where Sweetheart was testing a few things for the Hathor job. And on board the Idris hangar bay, someone was trying to get their rock to work, and they were in and out of it, they were messing with it, and it was just like being, you know, walking around a garage, seeing someone messing around with it, tinkering with a car. And I think they got it working in the end. I think it was Prev. Was it Prev? But yeah, scavenging. What I like to do, if I'm playing on my own, and I'm not just spending time setting up my hangar, I like going out and looking for components and weapons and items and fulfilling what the org needs. There's, you know, Joshua, our logistics lead, he has put together, and I really like what you've done here, Josh, where he's put together essentially a shopping list that the org needs for the various upcoming events, be that armor, uniforms, outfits, bombs, ordnance, weapons, components, you know, all sorts of stuff that we're needing for various upcoming events. And just puts a list out there for the org members to just be like, oh, if I come across that, I'll hand it in and get paid for it, right? That is what I thoroughly enjoy. But outside of that, I just really enjoy stumbling, like looking out for interesting wrecks from players. So a player gets attacked, or you know, something happens to them, their ship gets soft deathed, or they land and they die and it gets reclaimed, it becomes a game, like a fair salvage ship. I just love exploring it, seeing what they've got on board, seeing the weapons they have, taking those if they're NDBs or something of use, and the components, upgrading my own ships. Just living in the verse is just my pleasure. And then on, you know, when you do all these org things, and I fulfill different roles, like I might be a fighter pilot, I might be flying my reclaimer, I might be doing all sorts of stuff, you know, assaults on the ground. For me, Star Citizen has always been just, I want to do everything. There's not one aspect of Star Citizen that I'm not interested in, and being able to take part in that is a real win. Joshua exploded the Geo. Was it his fault? Yeah, I think when I actually joined, when I came, because I joined a bit late on that date, I came in and immediately after I left setting my spawn and leaving the Idris, someone had blown up a couple of people. It might have been Joshua blowing everyone up, and I went and just brought them back to life. And then from there, I drove off in the rock to go to a downed Asgard to see if we could get the Geos out of it. And we were trying to figure out a way to get in, because it was upside down until Deacon, I think it was. Was it you, Deacon, that came along and nudged it and purpled it, and it just went poof? So then I moved off and went and did some mining. I just love that, how real everything feels in terms of you're not going out and just doing one thing. You're reacting to what the game throws at you. And you could go out, you know, thinking you're just going to go and do some bunker runs to get some ammo, but then you end up discovering something and going on this adventure of trying to revive someone or recover, you know, get some gear out of a ship that's damaged. Very nice, Draco. Yeah, we need all sorts of ordnance for very many different missions, you know. You know, I am not bothered by any delays, missing features, ships, or anything promised. I have patience to wait for the game I dreamed about, except one thing. It's downright inhumane to have pizza shops without any pizza. Do you know what, aside from the comedic side of that, I am actually the same. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, I've been here so long, delays don't bother me anymore. I just take what we get as it comes and enjoy it or don't enjoy it or do what I enjoy, do what works. The rest, I just wait. In a rare moment of sincerity, yeah, very rare for Steed, my favourite activity is whatever I'm doing with you clowns. Yeah, absolutely. just jumping in together and being like, what are we doing today then? Is so cool. Personal shopper. Yeah, I guess so. Yo, D Jocko, welcome. I'm trying to get my org to use SRVs more frequently, running 2 SRV-focused events in the next week. Very nice. I found one of the best ways of doing it, which you're probably already doing. Red7, thank you for the follow, by the way, and Mythic, thank you as well, and Aween, is combining it with salvage. So having a place where you have the SRVs towing those ships to a place where the salvagers are just chomping away, and you don't have to travel around to find it. It's all brought to you by the SRVs, which is really cool. Yeah, you have friends in us, Aowen. Jamie, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Do you know, it's quite fascinating to watch Star Citizen slowly getting into actually what it is supposed to be. Forever. It's been little snippets of it and aspects of it that feel cool but are not quite what it is. A lot of it has been solo stuff. Now seeing everyone doing what they want to do and not what they don't want to do, but coming together to complete an objective that we created. We don't need the game to tell us what to do. We create our own jobs, missions, activities, and that is what it is about. It's about this whole this world that we live in, and we just occupy. I don't need to be told what to do in the game. I don't need missions. I don't need jobs. And this is how it's going to be when we have things like base building, jumping in on the morning to headquarters, org headquarters, and just seeing the list of what needs to be done. People coming and going, saying good morning, and helping them out or doing my own thing, and it's just, it is essentially a second life. Yeah, the unplanned adventures, exactly. Like I say, missions are just pen to paper. They give me something to just not think about and get on with. Same thing we do every day, Pinky. Really need to get more involved in org activity. I really want to get into more light RP stuff with like-minded people. Absolutely, Figment. Like, there's, the reason why I divided it into divisions is because some people do just want to hyper-focus on one thing. And I want that person to be able to just do that without having to think about everything else that goes on. Some people don't want to do combat at all, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. You can focus on just being an engineer or a crafter. We need those people. We need everybody. Yo, Kriposh, how you doing? None of us are fellow verses at the moment, are we? We're doing nothing. Jamie, it is such an escape. So immersive. And that's why, to some people, it's like, what's the point of that? But it's like, that's what makes it feel like another world. What if it's fun playing with it yet? Going back to the toilet break. You spent hours the other day at both Grey Cat and Dupree and not a single Palatino box. Nah, that sucks. What I would love to see at these DCs is the missions that they were hoping to bring out with the Gravlev, flatbed Gravlev thing that never came about, where you take a load of boxes from one area of, say, Dupree, and then push it to another area of Dupree and unload it. I just want those little day-to-day things. Yeah, we don't need a CEO. I suppose all I am. Maybe we should change my name from CEO or my title from CEO to just founder, because that is all I've done. I've founded it. I suppose inadvertently I'm the head advertiser of it. Not that we're actively. I mean, we're always. I'm not actively recruiting. If you want to join, you can join. I don't need to, and I don't want to be like, I need you to join. Please join my org. Come and join. I don't send out things to people to join. If you want to join, you join. If you don't, you don't. The day-to-day running of it is not in my hands. It is done by people who are far better at it than I am. Chairman, CEO, maybe just founder or supreme leader. I could go for either of those. Your wife loves going to Kelto shop and buying sandwiches. Yeah, there's so much joy in that kind of thing. Proximus, how you doing? Is this game on the internet? Actually, no, it's not right now. No, I haven't been to Bloom. Has the temperature changed? You cannot wait to take a big security sigh of relief when we have trade, when we can run trade meets in our org base. Yeah, well, I mean, there'll be a permanent shop going there, won't there? Yes, all that org stuff, we need it, where you've got a calendar with daily events, you've got all the coordination and communication, hierarchical chat things like what Discord does. Warmat, how you doing? Exclamation org, which we're just called the SM Bog. At the moment, I don't know exactly what to call it. I'm sort of bouncing along the lines of stellar multidisciplinary, or multidisciplinary bureau, but the middle word is so long that it's painful. And we're not a combat org, we're not an industrial org, we're an everything org. We're a collective of people. We're a bureau, you know, we're a group of people that can come together and do anything that the verse asks or requires. Mobile Tech, how you doing? You spent 8 hours looting 2 facilities and never seen one armor either. Is this for the Palatino one? Your game loop is enjoying the game, making friends and exploring, yeah. Talis, welcome. I had hoped to be able to patrol a system and prevent NPC pirate raids without word of quantum. I am worried that I will feel more restrictive than I have hoped. I think what we need is the NPCs actually being more capable of doing that kind of thing. When NPCs are capable of... right now, internally, we've heard that they can quantum travel, they can do all sorts of things, but we don't have that exposed to us. So, once NPCs... It's not even necessarily the quantum simulation that is required for that anymore, it's just NPCs being capable of traveling around the verse and... the beacon system or whatever they're going to use as a way of putting out I need help, and then, you know, you're patrolling and you go. The best way to do that right now, Talis, is to fly from the most frequented trade hubs. Like, I don't know, places like Dumborough would be cool, but, you know, all these different trade hubs. And just flying around, waiting to see if anyone gets attacked, and then going and engaging and helping. Although that's more player stuff, PvP stuff, isn't it? We do need NPCs to be... that their capabilities to be exposed to the verse. That is going to be a huge change in Star Citizen, where, you know, like those... I suppose, actually, the interstellar trade stuff, which hopefully is 4.4, might be next year, but the interstellar trade hauling missions, where certain missions may result in haulers getting ambushed by NPCs, that's where that comes in handy. As right now, it's mostly just PvP stuff. I know the idea was to log in and play, but I do appreciate this type of format. Yeah, me too. I really enjoy this kind of chill-out chat stream. The downside is I don't get a lot of time to play, and with the org putting on so many cool events and things, I just enjoy doing that. I mean, I love doing that. But I also enjoy now and again taking a bit of a break and just chatting. And, you know, when we get monthly reports and I've written them up, or we get times where there's a lot of stuff to talk about, then I will absolutely do a chill and chat stream. But in between those times, when there's not a great deal to discuss, we'll do org stuff. Darkest Temple, Air 7, Saint Sin, welcome. Oh, sorry, that was a while ago. Stormford. Oh, that's, hang on. That is search for Procedural Planets version 2 Star Citizen on YouTube, and it will come up with that. That's in the lair system. I wonder if that's one we'll see anytime soon. Where's the best place to find abandoned ships? So, right now, it's all based on what missions are the most popular. And with the Frontier Fighter stuff, check the list of points of interest that are connected to those missions. So you've got derelict settlements, which are hard to find outside of the mission, but you can take the mission on and go there. FOBs, they're available to go and check out, whether they are all tied in or not, because we tried checking them out, we didn't find anyone. You're best off going to places that are popular spots for missions that are going on, or just in general, and you might find a lot of ships lying around there. But yeah, the what do you call them, the asteroid bases, I still find some decent stuff out there. You want to explore a city. Yeah, Wild. I'm hoping that as they continue to flesh out their planet tech and their, building interior mandate and all this sort of stuff, it will expand to having much more expansive cities. That's the intention. It's just a case of when's that going to come along and, at what point. Multifaceted. I like that. That could work, actually, Wonko. Stellar multifaceted bureau. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't quite have a ring. Stellar stuff. Yeah. Well, it's got to be SMB, Walmart. It's got to be, on the acronym of SMB. Unless I just come up with whatever name and then have the acronym SMB for the, whatever it is. 3. It's been extended, I'm afraid. Tintin. They extended it by another 3 hours because they found additional things they wanted to improve. I'm sorry, mate. Stellar Multi-Role Bureau. That was another option. Yeah. I think that might be a good option. Stellar Multi-Role Boogaloo. That's probably the best case right now, Steed, is Stellar Multi-Role. And I'm sure you will be pained to hear that I asked ChatGPT about how should I name my org. With the intention of what the org is. I know. You've come up with it. You've come up with it yourself. We didn't need ChatGPT. But I was sat alone with nothing to do. I thought you might be. I sound like Guy Martin. I mean, Guy Martin's a cool guy. I'll take that. The wife saved up in-game to get a Cutlass Red. The medic loop. I can see where this is going. When it comes around, looks awesome. Also, she wasn't happy when she found out the medula is 100,000. Yeah, that does seem a little excessive, to be fair. There's a lot of stuff that needs to change for medical stuff. Absolutely. Man. Yeah. I don't know if I would have any information. If I have any information on the BMM. No. So, right now it's not. Didn't they say at the end of this year they're gonna? No, I'm thinking of the Kraken. I think right now it's on the back burner until they get enough, not just resources to allocate to it, but resources of a senior standard, because it is essentially fleshing out the Banu. So it'll be a case of narrative and a senior designer, developer working together to really do that ship justice, because they are using it to flesh out the Banu race, to represent them. So they don't want to just be like, let's just get it out for the sake of it, right? Which is a good thing and a bad thing. Obviously, there's like, I'd love to see it, but yeah. Yo, Harry. Yeah, waiting room. Although by the time I finish, it won't be out. Typical. Do you think the ASD daughter will be fixed? I don't know. I'm hoping that's another one that they're going to tackle. I'm hoping that there's a whole new list of things that they're also working on, because outside of the ones that I listed, they did say and more. So there's potentially a lot more to be fixed. Yeah, hopefully. So we're getting the roadmap update tonight, which will include 4.4's column, and it will tell us essentially what they're currently planning on releasing for 4.4. I get the impression that interstellar hauling is a next year thing, but there's a potential that it will be a this year thing. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm not holding my breath for that. Are there random ship graveyards in the game right now? Not outside of, not in terms of like hand-placed graveyards. They can come into existence if there's been, a certain location that's had a lot of action, or a lot of bugs, but they're not like a hand-placed point of interest. Stellar managed Boongaloo. Now we're just getting crazy. Yeah, I do, Jamie. But some people don't like it. Deeds, how you doing, Space Marine brothers? Well, at the end of the day, we're not just combat, And Microtech, I know, isn't gonna be our home, I don't think. I mean, when Nyx comes along, we're going to Nyx. When they go back over the old planets, like Microtech, we may move back, But essentially, Terra, I think, has always been my goal for the main headquarters. Not to say we won't have a headquarters in Microtech and other areas. We certainly will. But the main base location for the org, I think, at this time is Terra. That could change, though. Mobile Tech, thank you for the follow. Did they say it might go back into pre-production at the end of 2026? So they said the BMM might go back into pre-production at the end of 2026. Thank you. It's now a myth, yeah. I may CCU mine to something else, just because I'm not overly fussed about it. It was more of a FOMO thing, and it was like I think at the time before they had this super high increase in, or not super high, but before they increased it in price, it was like a $20 upgrade from something I had. I think it was even the mole. I had the mole, and whatever it cost, the BMM was $350, and it was the last chance to get it before they upped the price to what was it, $500. So I was like, I'll do it. Even though the mole is playable and usable, I did it because, you know, Paul Jones was like, this is a ship about status. It's about, you know, not that I even care about that stuff, but I just thought, okay, I'm going to do it. Thank you, Wonko. No roadmap yet. Boop. Mobile, how you doing? Add 3 hours. Yeah, 2.5 hours now. I do think they should have some randomly found ships, like you can find mining and panels. I think technically they want to make it more... I mean, there are actually... You can't salvage them, but there are derelicts to be found. They're not like multiple graveyards of ships, but there are like derelict caterpillars all over the place that can be discovered, and other ships. You just can't salvage them right now. You should show us what you've collected in the My Hangar. Oh, mate, that's a lot of pages. Let's have a quick scout. Kane, welcome. 2.5 hours from now, I think. 7 o'clock, is it? Is that when it should be finished? Those sneaky buggers, they snuck up on us and added another 3 hours to it. All right, let's go and have a look at My Hangar. So the first thing, let's go all the way. Wait, where are we here? Oh, a referral. Thank you for that referral. Was that you, Len? Lala? So, this was the first thing I bought. The glossy fold-up star map in 2012. I don't think we got this until, like, 2015. But, because I'm going to be framing it soon, it is here. I think that's it. Yeah. That's the glossy star map that I ordered. First thing I ever bought in 2012. But I mean, honestly, I don't think many would want to just sit and watch me go through all of these things, because it's 44 pages. Oh my lord. The AMX repair bot, we haven't seen that yet. Free hangar feeds on Starting Planet. There you go. That's something I think most of us get anyway now. My Aurora LX Legacy and all that kind of jazz. Yeah, I think it would be boring sitting through and going through all this stuff. It's just... I remember going through a phase of buying all the hangar things. Like we used to have fish tanks that you could put fish in. So I bought the Oshi, where you get like lots of little jellyfish. Posters with Eric Peterson, who used to do the whole Wingman's hangar. That was like Star Citizen Live, before Star Citizen Live, and before other ones as well. Jane's fighting ship style manual. Can't make that now, considering how much the flight model's changed. Midas fish tank. There's all sorts, and it would take forever to go through this. I think people would just... I mean, I'm sure some people would be interested, but it would probably be a lot of like boring, super boring. Yeah, that's why it's Outhook. I've got that and the Manchester poster. I've brought them out to measure them so that I can get frames. Yeah, I bought that thing in 2012. It was a little earlier in 2012 that I discovered the game. Because I'd just bought myself a PC at the time. I was like, oh my god, what is this early access stuff? Because I was a console gamer at the time. Spider Pig, how you doing? Retro, welcome. Server message block. Yeah, that's a good one. But, yeah, I just bought a PC, and I was like, what is this early access option? I've never heard of this. You know, Steam Early Access. There was Interstellar Marines and all these other games that I started pledging for, and then I saw the Kickstarter campaign video and was like, nice. Because I was a sim fan. You know, I loved the aspect that PC gaming brought for simulation. So I was seeing that 6 Degrees of Freedom in the Hornet after it took out of the Bengal, and it was like, I'm going to follow this. I'm going to follow this and see where it goes, and started reading up on it all and watching and reading every post they put out. And then I think maybe a little bit, like maybe 2013, 2014, I started making videos on it. And then, as they say, the rest is history. Yeah, Olspark, we have plenty in the org who are from the US. Absolutely, mate. You should find a lot of people within your time zone to play with as well. Like, literally throughout the day, I am hopping on Discord. Even if I don't have the time to reply, I'm like looking at seeing what people are on about. And it's from the moment I wake up, I notice people are chatting. Till the moment I go to bed, people are chatting. Even keeping me up at night. Thank you, guys. 2-person bed. I've got the CitizenCon bed. What happened to the fish tanks? So there was a lot of the old hangar flare isn't working now for Star Citizen as it is today. So they have to convert them to the new assets. And the fish tank is still there in my inventory. It doesn't come out. In fact, it's still in game. You can put it in game. You just can't put the fish in it. In fact, someone on Avatar Chris from years ago doing a stream won a fish tank from me, and they removed it from being a thing that you can buy, so he never got it. So to this day, from like 2015, I owe him a fish tank. I don't think he's here today, but Gemma Lee, he popped in chat the other day, if you remember, guys, and he was like, "I won a starter package from you in 2015, and I'm now $9,000 in." Like, what? That's dedication. Yeah, did you play Interstellar Marines? Did it just not go anywhere then? It was really cool, and then it was kind of like, well, Star Citizen are doing it anyway, and it never came to be, which was a shame. Yeah, I think that's the thing, Lael. There's so much. That's, I suppose, one of my USPs is having been a veteran backer. I know what Chris is wanting from what he's told us through all those 10 for the chairmans. And what we have now, people coming in now will be like, this is a cool game, but, I see a lot of comments on YouTube and so forth of like, why don't they just do this? Or why aren't they doing that? Or they should do that. And it's like, they're gonna, right? A lot of it is everything that we come out with, they should do that. They are already planning on it all. It is just a timescale thing. So I do have that vast back knowledge of what Star Citizen is to be, but at the same time, a lot of that has changed. The project has changed quite a lot, but thankfully, for me personally, it's just gotten better. There are areas that are like, well, that's a shame, like Death of a Spaceman and not, being a bit less strong or whatever, but at the same time, I'm just happy to see it come along and then go from there. How's the Matt? Welcome. What do people in your org? What do people do in your org? Sorry. I have been playing with one other friend for a while, but we often feel like we are missing crew to man the ships we have. What does your org do in terms of activities? Well, in the next week, let's have a look at what our org activities are. So we have 8 events currently planned. Tomorrow at 2 p.m, we have Attack on Korea, where we're going to be gathering armor for our Space Marines division. That starts at 2 p.m. tomorrow my time. Then on Friday we've got a trade meet with the org on the Idris. That's on stream, so you'll see how we set up the Idris to have booths, and we need security during this as well. So everyone is split into divisions to focus on what they want to do, be that pilot, fighter, FPS, mining, salvaging, engineering, racing, you know, all the different things that the game offers. We have divisions for that. And so, for example, we have a racing division with Gene, who is the lead for that, and he's putting together a racing team for Daymar. And then in order to do the practice, they're putting together the team and practicing. We have the trade meet, where we need onboard security. We need security flying around to make sure we're safe. We need... what else? We've got the off-stream one as well. On Monday, we're doing the off-grid stuff. That's more of just a closed party thing. We've got the Lazarus Apex Valakar on Wednesday, which APOC has been trying to set up for ages, and it's just been too buggy, and our plan is to just go in and see it, because a lot of people haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I've been to Lazarus a few times. I've never seen the worm, so we're putting together a team to do that. We're also putting together a big org meet. We've got 31 people signed, interested in this. It's basically, we're taking the trade meet that we do with the Idris and making it public on the server during the stream. Whatever that's gonna be, right? It's whatever happens. We're making sure we hope we've got enough security to provide protection for everybody, but we'll see how it goes. Org Hull Sea escorting event just to practice. We do everything. We do mining operations. We do salvaging operations. Today was supposed to be a salvaging operation to check out the new salvage stuff and just earn a bit of creds for the org. When did the game become playable? Yeah, it was Hangar Module. Let me see if I can find that video for you. What it used to look like. I actually haven't seen this in a long while. I don't even know if I can find my own. 9 years ago, is that the first one I did? Hang on. So 9 years ago, this 26th of January, that's not the first one I did. But it's a hangar tour. Does anybody know where my first ever Star Citizen video was? Because there's obviously, like, you know, previous videos before, because my brother and I started the channel and we started doing all sorts of games, and Star Citizen wasn't the first. Or maybe playlists. Star Citizen, I can probably find it this way. And then oldest. Let me see if I can... So the first video, 6th of July, 2014. Let's go to this.
Ryan here, aka SuperMacBrother.
Oh, there we go. Look, there's the fish tank.
Today I am on my own. No,
I'm not putting that. So this was the hangar module back in 2014 with the helmet flip. Yo, Agent, how you doing? From subscription payments. Nice. That's the right way to do it. I mean, I used to literally just come into this hangar and sit in my Aurora. All I had was the Aurora. I had the Aurora LX. That was the first ship I bought, first package I bought, and that's all I had. This is the Southland hangar, I think, in general. But I would just sit in that ship and look at it. Yeah, that was cool, Talis, with the VoIP. Yeah, it's still under maintenance, I'm afraid. Do I sound young in that? Do I? You spent more on WoW subscriptions. Oh, there's the FPS look. 45. I don't even know what my PC was at this time. Was it? Does it say down here? No. And I was called Wing Commander MacArthur. That's changed. Just found a copy of Star Citizen Alpha 1.1.3 in your backup folder. Oh boy. So this is, this is how you actually got into Arena Commander, is you sit in your ship. Then they moved it to the sim pod, and then they made it front-end menu. Yeah, Sandy, oh man. You've been subbed since November 2012 when it became active. Nice. And then you're in Arena Commander. Man, it's come a long way, though. Yeah. The giant, the cry engine use prompt. That was from the cry engine. Some of the animations from the old... Oh, do you mean with the helmet flip and stuff? Yeah, there's... I hope they bring that back as kind of like an Easter egg. Maybe it's in Squadron. But yeah, that's, there's not really much more to show off. It looked like this. Like, look at the UI here. Just boost and throttle. That's all the information we had. Aside from your, up here. Oh, God. How the game has changed. Yo, Andre, it's for a few things. Wicklow being re-enabled. Data pads being findable again. Not again. For the first time. And, something else that's good. Oh, TDD terminals. Trade terminals working. A big one, that one. Oh, the SimPod is in-game. It's in the Idris. You can't enter it, but it's in the Idris pilot ready room. That is the intended way that you will be able to enter into Arena Commander while in-game. Is you can have a SimPod, put it into your ship, get access to it, and yeah, that's the plan. Yo, Coffee. How you doing, mate? Anyone ever find the ASD sample? I bet Rhino has. January 2015, man. Yeah, you can see him in the new Babbage Commons. Essentially, you'll be able to go there, buy one, put it in your ship, and then, or in your home, your house, and then jump in and play some Arena Commander. Vela, welcome. Thank you for the follow 6 minutes ago. Apologies, I missed that one. Oh, you've not found it yet? I wonder if it's even in there. Oh, the Derek Smart era. Yeah, I don't hear much from him. I mean, he blocked me on Twitter, but what a tool. Random, welcome. This is low-key crazy. The tech change how the game grows over time. I know, it's so funny, though, because it's like when you think about all the old games. I remember when I think it was when... After I'd played Skyrim for years and years and years, I was like, I'm going to go back and play Morrowind. So I bought Morrowind for the 360, and I booted it up, and I remembered it didn't even have like an Oblivion where you shoot an arrow and it has weight to it, physical. It was just one hit, miss, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't play it. But in my head, Skyrim was like, the amazing music scene, Still Striders calling out as they set off, and the flying whatever the hell they were. Racers, mountain race, or whatever they are. And I just remember thinking, but in my head it looked so good. Star Citizen has always looked good, because every time I've played it, it's been looking amazing, and then they update the graphics and it now looks amazing, but you go back and it's like, holy moly, Cliff Racers, that's it. They've changed so much. And now it's starting to feel like what I was reading about. Because, back in the day, we didn't have any game to play. It was literally just post on the websites that we would read, and 10 for the Chairmans with Chris and telling us what he wants. That's all we had. We didn't have anything to play. And then the Hangar module came, and then it was the, Arena Commander and so on and so forth. So it's like, what we have now, mind blown every single time we get something more. Not to say it's perfect by any means, of course it's not, but just there's nothing like Star Citizen. And I don't think there ever will be, personally. Yeah, me too, about going beyond the Kickstarter plan. Like, there's, I mean, as much as there are trade-offs to it, the idea of procedurally generating planets, that kind of thing, is huge. And, you know, at the end of the day, they did say, you know, there was like a poll or whatever it was, where it's like, do you want us to keep funding and build a bigger, better game, or do you want us to take what we have built now, what we have gained now after the Kickstarter, and build what we said? And I'm sure there were people that said, you know, that person on Simpsons that's like, me. I bet there was someone there who was like, no, I want this game. And, you know, all fairness to them, why wouldn't you? That's the game you want. But the vast majority that I know were just like, let's keep funding going. Let's keep pushing. But unfortunately, it takes more time. And of course, is it Hans Moleman? Yeah, that's the one. And of course, that adds time scale. It adds complexity. It adds those moments where things just fail and break. And 3.0 and, you know, the time. And which everybody's different. Everybody's time frame is different. And priorities are different. And there's so many people that have come and gone. Not just in terms of dying, but just, well, that's the wrong way around. Not just in terms of leaving the project for the foreseeable, but also that people have died. You know, people that I know have died since they backed the game. It's just a crazy roller coaster ride. You backed before Kickstarter was even an option. Nice. So yeah, it's kind of crazy to see where we are now, and with server meshing being here, I think it's easy to look at the past of how, you know, it's been, and we're going to do this, and then a year passes and nothing's happened. We're doing this now, and a year passes. A lot of the hold up there was just server meshing. No, they've extended it, JJ. They extended it by 3 hours. Workstrom, yeah. There's it's. What's it going? I can't remember where I was going now. Damn it. What was I saying? Distracted myself. Nah, it's gone. Anyway, that is me done for today. I will be back on Friday with the... Is it the... What are we doing on Friday? I can't remember now. Announcements. Nope, not announcements. Events. Trade meet. Off the on-stream trade meet, where if you want to come along and buy or trade something, you can do. 2.0, blimey. Oh, that's right. I was talking about server meshing. Like, the biggest hold-up to getting Star Citizen realized and expanded upon is server meshing. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, Riker was named after someone who passed away. That has held up the progress, right? The ability to expand on what we have, to get another star system in, to bring other things in. And that just has knock-on effects. And I'm really hopeful. We'll see how it goes. But now that they've spent this year, and still are, on maintaining what we have, while still working on a lot of things in the background, big features, like I mentioned in the video, game-changer features, I'm hoping that we'll start to see that stuff start rolling out next year, along with, you know, Nix with the planets, not just Nix without the planets. And the push to 1.0 with more solid and sort of more polished feel to the game, especially when Squadron releases and all that polish comes over to here. It might not. It might not. It might be like, oh, well, you know, this came up or whatever, but I'm quite hopeful that with server meshing now out the door, it is more a case of now just pushing it out, getting it out there, and seeing Star Citizen change. It'll be interesting to see where we're at by this time next year. It really will. Anyway, I will see you all on Friday. I don't think there's much else to say right now. Oh, the roadmap update will be tonight, so that'll give us our best understanding of what's coming in 4.4. I'm sure there'll be other things as well. It's going to be a biggish patch because it is a main patch. It's not like an interim patch like a 0.3 or a point whatever. Have we ever seen a 0.3 patch? I can't remember. But the list of what is expected to start with will be up. And yeah, we'll see what it's supposed to hold, because that's coming next month. Pete is up as well. Pete is on. Excellent. We'll be passing it his way. Oh, Roddy. Hey, it's not all lost. You got Piss Poor Pete to go to. He's a very good boy. Yeah, unfortunately, we never actually managed to do any playing today, even though we had planned to. Sometimes that's just how it goes, but, you know, the maintenance is necessary. These fixes are very important. We need them just to make what we have playable right now, so I'm glad they're pushing out more fixes, and then if I get time, I'll jump on tonight. I still got to get those guns from you, Josh. Yeah, I'll see you all on Friday. Have a great evening. Enjoy Piss Poor Pete's stream. This is my end screen, courtesy of Piss Poor Pete, in fact. So do send him some love. And I'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.